Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're in August, guys. It's the 8th month of the year. 2026 is nearing an end, and this is what I have to tell you. If there's that one thing you wanted to achieve in 2026 and you still haven't, guess what? We're in August, it's the 8th month, and you still have some time. Welcome aboard to the AM show on Joy News. My name is Sedina Tamakloe. So today on our show, we'll have our news updates, of course. We'll bring you some sports, our news review, and then our big story. But on matters arising this morning, the Court of Appeal's decision to acquit and discharge former MASLOC CEO Sedina Tamakloe Attionu has reignited debates, of course, over Ghana's fight against corruption. So the ruling overturned her earlier conviction, but the Attorney General has moved to challenge the decision, keeping the case alive. So does this strengthen the fight against corruption, or does it raise questions about prosecutorial strategy and also the greater administration of justice? We'll delve into that on the news review. Also, we'll examine renewed efforts to revive the Tema oil refinery. We know that President John Dramani Mahama has directed the Energy Minister Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapor, together with TOR's board and management, to develop a roadmap to expand the refinery's capacity to 100,000 barrels of crude oil per day. So we ask a very simple question. Can TOR overcome years of operational challenges and finally become a key pillar of Ghana's energy security? That's an important conversation we'll have today on the show. Also, the debate over a proposed 5-year presidential term, yes, is gaining traction. Supporters argue it will give governments more time to implement long-term policies, while critics are also warning that it could weaken democratic accountability. So, would a longer term improve governance or simply extend political power? Very simple question. We'll delve into that on the show today. And also a viral video from Tema Newtown showing fish being dried near piles of refuse. This has sparked public outrage. So beyond the sanitation concerns, it raises questions about food security, environmental enforcement, and the responsibility of local authorities in protecting public health. How did we get here, and really, what needs to change? Helping us unpack these issues on our news review today is Victoria Bright. She's former legal advisor to President John Akufo-Addo and also an entrepreneur. We'll also be joined by Lom Nuku Adlija. He's lawyer, lecturer, and also an energy expert. Abdul Fattah Al-Hassan will be joining us. He's Member of Parliament for Yendi. And Fifi Boafo, he's former head of public affairs at Kojo board. And then after the news review, I told you that we'll have our big story. Today we sit down with Paula Foko. Former national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, who is seeking a return to the party's top leadership. We discuss his comeback bid, the future of the NPP, and more. And so join us via our socials. We are Joy News on TV around the world at myjoyonline.com. So it's a good time for me to remind you that this is the AM show. Welcome aboard. My name is Sedina Tamakloe, and of course, your favorite anchors Emefa, Akosua, Adeti, and Kojo will be taking you through the rest of the show. So welcome aboard. This is AM show. Enjoy. Welcome back. This is AM News. Don't forget that the AM News is sponsored by Palladium Residences. In our very first story, a historic milestone for faith-based education in the Bono East region, as the Aswaj Islamic Senior High School, the very first Islamic secondary institution in the region, has been officially inaugurated. The ceremony, held 2 years after the school quietly began operations, drew dignitaries from across the country, including traditional rulers and national Islamic leaders, all converging in Techiman to celebrate this landmark achievement. And our Sabit has more.
It was a day of pomp, prayer, and profound promise in Techiman as the Aswaj Islamic Senior High School was formally commissioned, officially cementing its place as the pioneer Islamic secondary institution in the entire Bono East region. The event held on the school's own premises was not just a ribbon cutting, but a testament to perseverance, coming 2 years after the school first opened its doors to students. The ceremony attracted key members of the Ahlus-Sunnah Jamaa community from every corner of the country alongside the custodians of the land. Delivering a powerful address, the special guest of honor and first deputy national imam of Ahlus-Sunnah Jamaa, Sheikh Muhammad Kamil Muhammad, reminded the gathering that the pursuit of knowledge is not just a civic duty but a divine commandment.
Just in the country to let our children to be, good in education, because our Prophet ﷺ, he came with education. When Allah sent him, Gabriel came to him and I said to him, read. He said, I can't read because Prophet Muhammad is not educated. So from there, Allah teach him how to read. So Prophet Muhammad come with the religion, with the education. So he started educating people. So this is the aim. The purpose of Ahlus-Sunnah Jamaa is to, put education forward before anything else, inshallah.
Echoing that sentiment, the Deputy CEO of the Ghana Standards Authority in charge of operations and a dedicated member of the Aswad community, Dr. Awal Mohammed, issued a stirring call to the Muslim youth. He charged them to see education as the ultimate weapon against hooliganism and social vices, positioning the school as a launchpad for responsible citizenship.
I will keep on urging my colleagues from the Zongo community that we should take education very serious. Without education, we don't have any chance of growth and development in not just in Ghana, but in the world. With education, we are going to develop, we are going to grow very well, and we will say bye-bye to hooliganism.
For the headmaster, Issa Smaila Bahesi, the inauguration is a starting point, not a finish line. He reaffirmed that the school is built on a bedrock of discipline, vowing that authorities will leave no stone unturned in maintaining high standards.
Our mission is to provide holistic education that combines academic excellence, moral discipline, Islamic values, and responsible citizenship.
However, he also used the platform to make a passionate appeal to government and stakeholders, highlighting pressing challenges including infrastructure deficits and feeding issues, urging swift intervention to help students thrive academically.
Challenges are not unusual for a young institution, but addressing them promptly is essential if we are to fulfill our mandate.
Meanwhile, the royal presence of Nana Osu Anchibusiaku II signified the community's full backing. The chief expressed immense joy at the school's establishment, emphasizing that the development of education in Techiman is a collective victory that will yield dividends for generations to come.
Beginning say, yawo Islamic senior high, abobo bebre ene wo omanda nemu. Ubati bi, anya hwe ubati amadiya senior high kumasi. Ubati bi wasokore, ubati Islamic senior high kumasi. Ubati bebre ewo mya bebre ukonkran bi ho. Nanso e hye ni kran se ni krom Islamic senior high di kan abai eye enige sonko na ene atade atide na efse ye hu bi da.
With its doors now officially open and its mission clear, the Aswad Islamic Senior High School stands as a beacon of hope in the Borno East region, a testament to the power of faith, community, and the unyielding belief that every child deserves a quality education. Reporting for Joy News, Anas Sabit, Techiman.
Well, traditional authorities have been encouraged to go beyond their customary rules by investing in community development initiatives that improve the lives of their people and also complement government's development agenda. The call was made by the Paramount Chief of Mankesim, Osajefo Akufo-Addo VI, after commissioning a 149,000 cedi access ramp at the Central Regional House of Chiefs. He urged fellow traditional rulers to embrace philanthropy and spearhead projects that promote accessibility, social welfare, and sustainable community development.
The Paramount Chief of Mankesim, Osajefo Akufo-Addo VI, commissioned a newly constructed access ramp at the Central Regional House of Chiefs describing it as a practical step toward making the institution more accessible. Speaking at the commissioning ceremony, he explained that the project was inspired by the need to improve mobility for persons with disabilities, the elderly, and other visitors to the House of Chiefs.
2 years ago, with one of my elderly chiefs who is over 90 years old, he actually found a difficulty. You see the stairs over there. He found a difficulty in climbing the stairs over there. So because of that incident, I had the vision to do a ramp like what we are seeing here for the house. So I informed the president and the vice, and the standing committee approved it. And I made sure the construction started. Well, the whole project cost me about 149,000 Ghana cedis. And it's my personal gift to the Central Region House of Chiefs. I'm praying that now some of the chiefs who who are physically impaired or walking with walking sticks, all can now go up and participate in all programs that are organized at the upstairs.
The chief also highlighted other development initiatives he has undertaken in his traditional area as part of efforts to improve the welfare of his people.
I've not done this only at the Regional House of Chiefs. Yes, at Mankasim, I've donated musical instruments to the Methodist Church, which was worth about 30,000. I donated another set of instruments to the Obruman Kuma Asafo and Jama group, also worth about 30,000. I've done some water projects for the community. It's an Afo Junction, which also the estimated cost is about 100,000.
He further urged fellow traditional rulers to embrace philanthropy and invest in projects that promote the socio-economic development of their communities.
So what I'm trying to say is that as chiefs, we need to be benevolent or philanthropists. Chiefs are not there only to expect that always we wait for, excuse my language, we always receive and we don't give. Yeah, my principle is that as chiefs, we must also give to society.
From Cape Coast, Abigail Lisal Nkoma reports for Joy News.
Let's stay a while longer in the Central Region. The University of Cape Coast has entered a new chapter in its history with the investiture of Professor Dennis Wolanyo Aheto as Vice-Chancellor, as he pledged to build on the institution's achievements through inclusive leadership, innovation and academic excellence. Delivering his maiden address after his investiture, Professor Aheto called on staff, students, alumni and other stakeholders to work together to advance the university's vision, strengthen its global reputation and strengthen its legacy of excellence in teaching, research and community engagement.
Vice-Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, Professor Dennis Wolanyo Aheto, has officially been invested as the university's substantive Vice-Chancellor. In his maiden address, Professor Aheto pledged to build on the enduring legacy of his predecessors while promoting an inclusive, transformative and diverse academic environment through collaboration and shared responsibility.
It is now my privilege to build upon the enduring legacies of my predecessors, preserve what must endure, improve what must evolve, and introduce bold and new initiatives that must emerge. My vision, therefore, as Vice-Chancellor for the University of Cape Coast over the next 4 years, therefore, is to provide strategic leadership to foster a transformative, inclusive, and a diverse academic environment that empowers excellence in research, teaching, and learning, and outreach for wider impact on society.
Chancellor of the University, Sir Sam Jonah, challenged the perception that some academic programs are worthless, insisting that every discipline has value when aligned with individual purpose.
Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our founding president, saw this before all of us, and I quote, "We want thinkers, thinkers of great thoughts. We want doers, doers of great deeds." And remember why this very university exists. Kwame Nkrumah founded it in 1962, not as an ornament, but as a tool. to train the teachers who built the nation. This university was born vocational. It was born with the sleeves up, rolled up. Somewhere along the line, we grew ashamed of our sleeves like everybody else. So today, I'm asking the university to roll them up again. The pessimists amongst us tell us that artificial intelligence will take over all our jobs. I don't believe it, but I do believe this. AI will take every job that consists of knowing things, and it will multiply the value of every job that consists of doing things in the physical world and caring for people in the human world.
The Director General of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, Professor Ahmed Jinapo Abdallah, reaffirmed the Commission's commitment to protecting the quality and integrity of tertiary education in Ghana, while cautioning prospective students against enrolling in unaccredited institutions.
I therefore wish to caution the general public, do not enroll in institutions whose credibility is in question. The UNEM case has raised serious concerns about the quality and recognition of qualifications from certain foreign institutions. Students and professionals must exercise due diligence before investing their time, resources, and aspirations in programs that may not deliver the quality and recognition they promise. Instead, I encourage all Ghanaians, including all those gathered here, to pursue made in Ghana education.
From Cape Coast, Abigail Lisol Nkrumah reports for Joy News.
Well, closely related to education, mentoring young people through strong moral and spiritual values could help reduce crime and lessen the burden on government. That was the message at the launch of a series of books by Church of Pentecost elder and author and also conference speaker John Kofite Kofi at the Achimota Central Auditorium. The following report has more.
The publications explore youth development, financial discipline, marriage and communication with the aim of promoting Christian values and addressing behavioral challenges among young people. Elder John Kofite Kofi says the church has a critical role to play in mentoring the youth, encouraging them to pursue honest livelihoods and become responsible citizens.
There are things in the books that will help governance. You see, I was at a place when they were talking about mischiefs, criminologies that people are practicing. Now, there are things in the books that I expect people to read, one, and refrain from some of those things. When the church takes its proper position and we are able to mentor the youth and we are able to stop them from indulging in criminologies, the country will be free. Not only Christians up, we are bringing them up also for the nation. And when we are able to train them well, when we are able to get them to follow the things of Christ properly, not to indulge in sin, not to indulge in certain acts, the work of the government will come down.
Founder and president of Worldwide Miracle Outreach and Lawrence Tete Ministries, Dr. Lawrence Tete, urged young people to develop the habit of writing and documenting their ideas to create a lasting impact.
That notion that says if you want to hide something to the black man, put it in the book, is an insult to our being, and we need to discard it. You, the younger ones, who are supposed to be the generations after us, are supposed to be learning from what we know, what we have known, what we have written, and even the flaws in our lives. And that is why, for me, books are very important.
Organizers say the initiative is part of efforts to promote reading, writing, and value-based leadership as tools for personal growth and national development. For Joy News, Martha Sewa-Boache's report, read to you.
And the Bishop for Jasikine Diocese of the Catholic Church is calling on government to invest in social and economic lives of residents in conflict-prone communities in the Nkwanta South Municipality. Bishop Simon Appiah says that is the surest way to consolidate the peace initiatives being embarked upon. He made the remarks when the Peace Building Committee visited communities affected by the recent violence to assure them of their commitment to ensure lasting peace returns to the municipality. Correspondent Peter Senu has more.
Following last Tuesday's declaration of ceasefire by the two main feuding factions, the Nkwanta South Municipality, the Peace Building Committee went further to visit 4 communities affected by the latest disturbance that happened in the area over a month ago. The Charles and Achodes have visited Odomi, Gekrong, Abrewanko and Nyambon to assure residents of their resolve to end all violence and retaliations going forward. Residents have welcomed the initiative. It took some committee members to kneel down to express their willingness and commitment to ensuring lasting peace returns to the municipality. Fidelis Gesu tells the essence of the communal visit.
We started this on Tuesday and we declare to the general public that we were those that were fighting. Now we decided to end the fight by laying down our guns and weapons that takes human life. In fact, today's activity is an activity that is going to build trust among our people. In this, we declare that where the Achodes cannot go, where the Charlas cannot go initially, now they can go. We can even visit our colleagues, our neighbors, whenever they have funerals, activities that we were doing vis-a-vis.
He indicated that their commitment to the peace process is to expose anyone who tries to cause trouble despite the peace initiatives being undertaken.
Our commitment is that this committee is ever ready, that whoever will go behind this to commit any evil will collectively get that person and give him to the law enforcement agencies. Because we've realized that this has gone a very long way to affect us in various works of life.
The committee alleged that some criminal elements are taking advantage of the conflict and are stealing farm produce from their various farms. Bishop Simon Appiah is the one leading the peace mediation initiative.
I must say we are grateful to God for how far He has brought us. I think that today's engagements have been very successful. The show of goodwill, the enthusiasm with which our visit has been accepted is enormous.
To consolidate the gains being made, he wants government to consider investing in socio-economic infrastructure in affected communities.
I am sure what we have been seeing around here is a complex social situation where many factors are coming together to feed conflict and turn it into violence. And so your question is in the right direction. A lot needs to be done to uplift the socio-economic conditions of this people. It is important for the government to step up social, economic, educational, and health initiatives within the communities. These things are very, very important for completing the peace process that has begun and for making it sustainable.
The bishop hopes for forgiveness, for total healing to take place. Peter Senu for Joy News.
Yep, that's right. When you hear that sick tune, you know what time it is. The race for a place at the 2026 National Science and Maths Quiz Championship has ended in Bunu East, with Techiman Senior High School emerging as the region's strongest contender after a dominant display in the final qualifier. Here's a look back.
4 schools have emerged from Bunu East regional qualifiers, ready to test themselves against the country's finest at the national championship.
Akufo-Addo is coming this year to impress not only the old students but also the entire school. We want to do our best so that we can be recognized as one of the best schools in the Bono East region.
Very proud of them. We knew that we would win, but we wanted the prize, the gold prize, which we didn't get, but we knew that we were going to win. So I'm very proud of them and I'm happy.
And what's your expectation of them as they head to the national stage?
We are going higher, definitely. We are going higher and we are going to shine.
Techiman SHS finished as the highest scoring qualifier and now have their eyes set on earning a seeded place at this year's national championship.
What's the next target for your team?
To get a seed for the team.
So you are looking at getting your school seeded in the national competition. Definitely, you know that other schools are preparing to meet other contenders. Is your team ready as you move to the national stage?
Yeah, we are ready. We are very ready.
What more should we expect from you as you head on to the national stage?
Oh, we expect nothing but the best. You should expect that.
Yeah. What schools are you looking forward to coming boot to boot with in the contest?
I can't say, but any school that we meet, we will face them.
Joining Techiman SHS on the national stage are Chiabodom SHTS, Our Lady of Mount Carmel Girls SHS, and Akufo-Addo SHTS. The 4 schools now join qualifiers from across the country and the 27 seeded schools in the race for the 2026 NSMQ title. From Bono East, the NSMQ caravan now moves to northern Ghana, while the Volta regional qualifiers continue and the Eastern region begins its quest for places at the national championship. The race is on, but when the competition reaches its climax, who will be crowned the 2026 National Science and Maths Quiz champions? Michelle Latte, Joy News.
Let's do some business stories. The Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research is urging government to place greater emphasis on the use of public resources, arguing that fiscal consolidation should be measured not only by expenditure reductions, but also by how effectively public funds are utilized. Speaking at ISE's Post-Mid-Year Budget Review Forum, the director of the Institute, Professor Robert Dakmo, said Ghana's constrained fiscal space makes it imperative for government to improve the quality and impact of its spending while maintaining its fiscal adjustment program.
I think that I will end by again reiterating the point that fiscal consolidation in the face of tight fiscal space is not only about reducing expenditure, okay? It is also about the efficiency of spending. And again, I think that I use the Accra-Kumasi Expressway, but it's certainly not the only one. And the prioritization or sequencing of the new expressway relative to getting the one that is existing operational brings home the point about the need to improve efficiency of spending.
Also, the WIPA authority is urging governments and economies across the African continent to leverage the continent's vast renewable energy resources to expand access and ensure reliable delivery of electricity. According to the Chief Executive Officer of WIPA Authority, Engineer Kojo, Africa is endowed with solar, wind, hydro and geothermal resources that remain largely untapped. He was speaking at the Apua Arena in UNESA capacity building workshop on renewable energy grid integration.
Possesses vast renewable energy resources, particularly solar and wind. Harnessing these resources represents a major opportunity to expand. Successful integration of variable renewable energy requires more than installation of additional generation capacity. It demands flexible and resilient electricity networks, energy storage solutions, improved forecasting and system balancing capabilities, digital technologies, and a skilled workforce of managing increasingly complex power systems. These challenges are familiar to WIPA Authority. Our transition from a predominantly hydropower utility to an organization with a growing portfolio of solar PV and energy storage projects has highlighted the importance of integrated planning, innovation, and continuous capacity development. Our experience has also demonstrated the value of combining complementary generation technologies to improve system flexibility and support reliable delivery of electricity to our customers.
Well, that's it for the AM News. Don't forget that the AM News is sponsored by Palladium Residences. Now, let me tell you about CompuGhana Mobile Prime Week, because your phone keeps you connected, helps you capture special moments, and supports the way you work, create, and live. Well, guess what? This season, CompuGhana brings you Mobile Prime Week, the biggest mobile phones festival, featuring top brands at best prices, started from 27th of July and will be ending on the 9th of August. Enjoy exciting discounts on phones from Samsung, Tecno, Infinix, Itel, Vivo, Xiaomi, Huawei, Hotwave, and Jugi, and receive amazing gifts. Guess what? Whether you need a phone for work, photography, entertainment, gaming, or everyday use, CompuGhana has the right choice for you. So visit any CompuGhana showroom or just shop online at CompuGhana.com, or you can call us 0302 752 020 or WhatsApp 0243 143 143 for more. Well, that's it for the AM News. For more news, I know a place. Of course, I highly recommend you log on to myjoyonline.com. My name is Denise Yapomaide. Up next is sports. A while later, we'll have our news review. Have a very lovely Monday.
Our democracy is in danger if our party is weakened any further. I didn't even get a gutter to desilt as a contract. One and only time I commented, I started getting attacked. So just keep quiet. I am the clear-cut example of factionalism gone mad. I've experienced this party at close hand. I have delivered a resounding victory.
You won the election for them before you left in 2015.
Under my leadership, yes. That my 3R agenda. I came up with a program called the NPP, New Plan for Power. If they called a general election today, the party can't win power.
Can bring back Alan into the NPP.
I hope I can. Power doesn't know emotions. The Northern People's Party, NPP, we all came together, united.
If you don't win,
then it means the party wants to continue the way it is.
Time for sports on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak. Now, after 10 days of competition across 10 sporting disciplines, a total of 215 gold medals were awarded at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Australia did Africa's best performing nation, finishing 7th bronze in boxing. It could have been more, however, as Ghana's men's 4x100 meters relay team reached the final, but narrowly missed out on a medal after finishing 4th.
Been to Rowan Browning to bring our team home.
It's a great team, isn't it?
It's a very strong team, but so are all of them. As Amadi will go to Amoa. Amoa, so good at 200. Bokman and Samanu, so good at 100, along with Azamadi.
I thought they were really good in the heats qualifying. They shocked me a little bit, so they're one to watch.
South Africa without a gold medal in this event. Ghana, by the way, won in 66. Monster John 100, and this is a final to savour. Away. Let's see how Lockie goes. He got out well. Asher got out well for Nigeria. We're going to watch the first change. Ghana with Azamati. Let's have a look. Josh Azamati's taken off. Oh, yes, it's good. So Australia down the back straight. Nigeria and also Ghana and Canada are making ground. Here's Law getting it. Good change. Really good change. Coming up quickly, though, is Ghana at the moment. Into the straight. It's Browning about to get the baton. Australia right there. He gets it. And Rowan's in the mix here. So Australia with Nigeria and Canada. Browning's in front. 5 metres to go. Browning's in front. Australia's won. We've won the gold medal. Rowan's hung on. We've won the gold medal. We hadn't won one since 1974. It's such a long time ago. I'm with a young woman whose dad was in that team at the same time. For Browning, it's so special.
Absolutely brilliant. Now, Lachlan Kennedy, as a party, they pushed that deep into the changeover box to make sure that we used as much of Lachlan's speed as we could. And as a party, great change there. He ran brilliantly into that headwind, did as a party. Now, Caleb Law's bend was just fantastic. And what I love the most about Rowan, this would have been nerve-wracking because he knows that he has such quality athletes. He has Andre de Grasse, who's an Olympic medalist, chasing him down. Look how relaxed he is. This is the Rowan Browning of old. Wonderful off the track. He knows how much it's going to mean to his teammates if he can get the job done. That was fantastic, wasn't it, Bruce?
Thrilling, breathtaking, unforgettable, you name it. Sort of hoped, but didn't really believe we could win. That photo, just frame it, somebody.
Another medal opportunity slipped away for Ghana in the men's 200 meters final. Sprinter Joseph Polamwa finished 7th in 20.47 seconds, ending the country's hopes of an individual sprint medal at the Games. Amwa, who won silver in the event at the previous Commonwealth Games, was unable to challenge for the podium this time.
200 metres, the endurance sprinters, I think you could call these fellas. 8 athletes out there. So the breeze has eased off a little bit. They will have it behind them down the home straight there. Lachlan Kennedy of Australia in 1. Selepe of Botswana in 2. Powell of Jamaica goes in 3. Then Aaron Brown of Canada in 4. Good lane draw for him. Amoa, the bronze medalist, 4 years ago, goes in 5 for Ghana. Dambile of South Africa 6. Taylor of Jamaica 7. On Wuzurike of Nigeria on the outside in lane 8 in the green. Left a picture. Away they go. Really good start there from the Canadian Aaron Brown in the red strip. He's clearly visible. Very, very little change in echelon there. Lachlan Kennedy going well from the inside though. The others also got that bend behind them now. It's very, very even. 4 or 5 abreast. But look at the South African Dambile. He storms clear. It's going to be a big win for him. The silver goes to Wuzurike on the outside Nigerian. And the Jamaican Taylor there taking the bronze in lane 7. Wow, the fellas in the outside lanes building momentum, or so it looks, over the last 50. But there was no stopping Senesifo Dambile, a finalist at the World Championships last year. Absolutely fantastic. And the time, 19.96. That with a win behind him there, Dambile, 1.7. I knew it would be a helpful win. Separated from the others by the 20-second barrier. And Wuzurike, 20.09, a season's best. Chris Taylor of Jamaica, a personal best for a brilliant bronze.
To the ongoing Women's Africa Cup of Nations, Ghana suffered their first defeat of the tournament after losing 1-0 to Cameroon on Sunday. Marie Ngamanga, she converted a penalty following a lengthy VAR review, which ruled that Benedict Simon had handled the ball. The victory sent the tournament returnees to the top of Group D.
The referee were not interested, looking away. This is not going to help the referee. Take a look at this one there. You see there's daylight between her arm and the ball as the ball gets to her. There, she pulls her arm away. Could be a big moment in the game. She's given it. It's Banda of Zambia. And the keeper goes the wrong way. Almost didn't move actually, and that it is 1-0. Cameroon take the lead, and it's Marie Nga who claims a third of the tournament. Here come Ghana now. It's a great pass. The chance. Great save from the keeper. Too close to the keeper. Wonderful chance. Best opening created by Ghana in this game. There's an excellent pass. He had stayed onside there and did well to bring the ball onto her right foot there. There's Dorrit, the corner. A snapshot. Oh, what a save! In fact, the keeper didn't know anything about it. Just happened to be at the right place at the right time. And then the shot came straight at her. What a chance for Ghana to equalize. There's a volley there by Chantel Boyeloka. The other being Chantel Boyeloka. Could be a chance here. Mess up at the back. And the Black Queens have the equalizer. Attionu appeals there for saying there was a handball in there. Referee has signaled it's a goal. And it's a substitute who makes an impact. Evelyn Badu takes advantage of a mix-up there between a keeper and defender. Evelyn Badu gets her first of the tournament. And what a time to get it. It's an equalizer. Was there an offside? A goal. Oh, no goal. VAR breaks Ghanaian hearts yet again. It's ended here. Ghana 0, Cameroon 1.
Now, despite the defeat, Ghana remains second in Group D after Mali defeated Cape Verde by 3-2. Elsewhere in Group C, Nigeria revived their hopes of reaching the knockout stage with a hard-fought 1-0 victory over Zambia, while Malawi moved to the top of that particular group after defeating Egypt by 3-1.
Greetings and a very warm welcome to you here from the Kingdom of Morocco. It's the CAF Total Energies Women's Africa Cup of Nations. As you can see here from above this pitch, Isata Troy goes straight up and it's parried away behind her head to clear the danger. Sometimes you've got to take a look at the stats. That's a great bit of work here. The 1-2 and a separate shot. Brilliant goal for Mali. The 1-2 produces the goods. Sumptuous. And Umu Kone is the goal scorer. The salute, the celebration. And the Eagles are soaring now. As the left foot of Leia goes into the penalty box, there's a cluster of players. There's a chance for a shot. Is it good? It is a goal for Cabo Verde. History has been made. Look at the celebrations. Look at them jumping with joy. Magnificent. Evie Pereira in her first ever WAFCON game scores the first ever Anfield goal for Cabo Verde's women's team. History. Down on the ground, bit of contact on the heel. Look at that ball there. Sedina getting the ball back. There's a shot. They're coming in for the post. Goal for Mali. Sissoko out to the right-hand side. They're queuing up for a shot on goal. There's your goal number 3. It's a goal. They were being... Diagne had nothing to do with it, and there's another goal there, scored by Diarra. There's the header, there's the goal! She didn't even know it had gone in, and that is fantastic! Scored by Olivia Kelly. A flurry of excitement, and it's a win for Mali finally. Coming out now onto the pitch, look at this, this is going to be enthralling. We are expecting a massive battle here, and we know that victory for Zambia and Malawi's 3-1. Here we go then, time to get the ball rolling here. The Copper Queens playing in Copper, of course, with the Super Falcons. Look at Barbara Banda already racing down to Chandler's high ball, trying to pick out a teammate. Far post as he picks up. That's a nice little ball over the top. Now danger lurking. Oshuala, there's the touch. Has it gone too far? I think it's gone too far. Yes, it has. Now this midfield battle is going to be very exciting indeed. It already is. 7.5 minutes in. They've left her on her own. You can't do that. There's your goal. Nigeria take the lead. And what a mistake at the back. She scores every time. Oshuala has given the Super Falcons a 1-0 lead. Nigeria go ahead. You cannot do that at the back. Communication breakdown from Zambia. Well, this was the moment that the ball was pitched to the midfield. The long ball goes up. She's got pace. She races. Here is the free kick coming away. It's gone straight towards goal. But it's been picked up. Here we go. It is the long range shot that comes in. It's a fabulous effort from Rachel. Nice ball left side. A little bit of space. A little bit of space to dance. The shot is a last pitch right. The banner is a handful. There it is, going for it over. A little chip there. Well, it was going towards goal. The first time we've seen her. Picked up by David. There's the chance. The flag stays down. It's all set up there. Is it a goal? Oh, it's just skimmed the roof of the net. I think the flag's gone up though. There it is. The final whistle. And the Super Falcons. Time for the two teams to enter the fray. Time for the officials on this warm evening here. Let's get this party started then with Malawi. There's the cross coming in. Unable to race onto that, and a clearance. Move, the ball goes over to the left side. Bibo trying to get past the marker. She goes down, and the referee. Nicely done. That's a through ball as well. There's a chance for Egypt. What a save that is for Sekelo. Excellent work from Shehata. And then the last game before, well, it's Temwa picks it up. There's a touch. Oh, it's the first goal scored by Malawi. And a brilliant goal indeed. The setup, the assist by Temwa was nothing short of brilliant. There's the delivery into the penalty box, another chance, the header, what a save, it's been picked up again, and it's been volleyed in, 2-0 for Malawi. Mahashihata pushing the ball away, but Faith Chimzinu is the goal scorer. And she really hit it well. Lovely flick. This is it. Temwa with the header. She gets a goal. There's the delivery, it's not bad, there's the goal for Egypt, they get it, that's a fantastic free kick from Mahir Ali, and how about that, they get the goal, Iman scores for Egypt. She's not going to rush into this, I don't think. And there's the final whistle, and Malawi have done it, they've got themselves their second straight victory here.
In Ghana, Parliament has set August 28 for the return of the Democracy Cup at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. The match will see Asante Kotoko take on Hearts of Oak for the trophy, with a competition aimed at fostering national unity and promoting sportsmanship. Here's the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin.
The third edition of the Democracy Cup, one of the flagship initiatives of this House, aimed at promoting sportsmanship, strengthening democratic values, and fostering national unity, is due to come on Friday, 28th August 2026, at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, Kumasi. There will definitely be curtain races. One will be between members of Parliament and members of the executive. The main match is between Kumasi Asante Kotoko and Accra Hearts of Oak. We are reminding all of you and all sports enthusiasts to attend this important event. As you know, the intention is to deepen democratic engagement and to foster national unity.
To some pre-season friendlies, Brian Mbeumo scored twice as Manchester United defeated Atletico Madrid to win the Snapdragon Cup. Elsewhere, Enzo Maresca's first game in charge of Man City ended in defeat to Inter Milan. Richarlison, he scored a late winner as Spurs defeated Chelsea, but same could not be said for Liverpool, who collapsed as Leeds United came from 2 goals down to defeat the Reds by 4 goals to 2. That's how we wrap up the sports segment on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak.
The Strawberry Arena in Solna is the venue for Manchester United against Atletico Madrid. Ana Ortiz lifts it in, it's a brilliant flicked header, and Atletico Madrid hit the front. A cross of real quality from Ana Ortiz, flicked home to give the visitors a 1-0 advantage.
Yeah, it's a decent ball into the box.
Thinks about it for a second, it opens up for him. Shane Lacey with a lovely bit of dancing feet wins the penalty for Manchester United. Lovely skill on the edge of the box. He's up and running here with the left-footed effort. Up he steps and strikes it home, and Brian Mbeumo gives Manchester United the equalising goal. A cool, calm and collected penalty.
Yeah, very calm.
Manchester United. Fletcher pulled back to Mbeumo, and Manchester United lead. Brilliant work down the right-hand side.
He's done well, Semenyo. He's done very well, in fact. That's a great ball, and City will score through Divine Mubama. And you have to say that Semenyo there was absolutely first class as he got round the outside. Marmoush, Diaz and Nunez, who are just on a watching brief, having only just arrived in the Far East, certainly appreciated that goal. Plenty to admire within it, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I just said a few minutes ago, Ali, I just thought Semenyo looked so sharp.
You know, he looks like he's focused, he's present. You know, he understands the importance of
goals against Karlsruhe in the pre-season friendly last week. Here's DiMarco, who is onside, and Donnarumma stretched himself out, but he won't do this time, and it's 1-1.
I'm just going to say, Ali, just before that goal, you cannot allow players to get their head up unopposed and be able to clip a ball from 10 yards outside your box. You're just asking for trouble. I mean, it's the distances to be able to get there, to be able to do that and not impact that, it's just too easy. I was hoping that DiMarco might have been offside, but
oh no, the answer's no. Well,
keeper's gone the wrong way. He sat him down, and then, you know, it's just a pass into the corner, isn't it? And he's lifted it.
And he's missed. And Donnarumma has made an exquisite save.
What a save.
Looking to score City's first penalty of the shootout. Here goes Nico. And he's been saved as well. You see, he's done you.
Very good.
He's done you.
Very comfy as well, isn't it? Very relaxed.
Can Echeverri at least put City in the score sheet? Oh, well, it's the Panenka, the little clip penalty.
João Pedro working back. I don't think he had a test of either keeper yet. Maybe something here. Manos Solomon for Tottenham. Kato quick enough to get into position. Tonali, deflection. Well, we've had a shot on goal now and a shot in the goal. The new Megabucks midfielder who scored against the Blues before in his former guise as a Magpie has put Spurs one up here with the first serious shot of this game. Moves it on to Gittins. Hato's gone in to join in with the attack. Palmer now overlapping. Options left, right and centre. Welcome back.
The deflection really aids Chelsea here, though.
Richie Gray barrelling in for that. Look out, they've got men forward here. Donnelly, who can hit them, and he's nearly hit it in. It's a tapping for Richarlison, and he's onside. And his stoppage time out of absolutely nothing. It looks like Tottenham have nicked the win for the Sydney Super Cup.
Yeah, I was a little concerned when the ball broke to Donnelly because we've seen him.
Palladium Residences in Achimota isn't just an address, it's the home you truly earned. Secure your place with just a 10% deposit and choose from beautifully designed modern apartments or spacious townhouses built for everyday comfort. This is more than a building. It's a vibrant, curated community with a clubhouse, state-of-the-art gym, and an on-site hotel, all at ABC Junction, minutes from Achimota Mall. Enjoy city energy while retreating to your private sanctuary. Call now to reserve your unit and benefit from limited launch incentives, including priority unit selection, executive pricing, and flexible payment options available. Don't miss the chance to pick the best homes. Book your private site visit today. Call 050-9823-424. Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,247.
Hey, Abili, wabadim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100-100-100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,247.
Hey, Abili, wabedim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100-100-100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
So, this strategy will lead...
Oh no, not again.
Say, relax. The generator will come on now.
The generator is not working. Why stress yourself when the experts are just one tap away? Introducing Left Power, the smart emergency support app from Left Signature Limited. With Left Power, certified engineers respond fast, anytime, anywhere. No delays, no stories.
Hello, sir. This is Left Signature Limited. The request has been received and our engineers are already on their way. Please relax. We've got you covered.
This is professional. Every Left expert is certified, verified, and can be tracked in real time. Oh, you'll know they're coming before they even arrive. From electrical engineering and solar power systems to data center management, cloud services, smart automation, and software development, Left Signature delivers excellence, fast, reliable, and professional. Left Power.
Your solution is just one tap away.
Available on Play Store and App Store.
This season is packed with a lot of surprises that you are not ready for.
What's one component that without it, you can't make pancakes?
Without flour.
What do you have on it?
It's whipped cream and Oreos. And then I added a little of Milo to give it to.
Hey, where do you go?
I made the normal types of pancakes.
You're a prophet. Then this is a prophetic pancake.
There's something pungent you can't really tell.
Where is it? I don't see the honey.
You taste it.
You taste it. Did you play football? You like football? I say you do your taxes and let's see.
I really enjoyed your pancake. It's nice, but your pancake are too many levels.
Hey, okay. Let's go. This is Big Chef Season 5.
Mrs.
Bad referee decisions? Don't let your child's grade suffer a bad match. Ensure a straight win this academic season with curriculum-aligned textbooks and interactive tools from Pegasus Publishing. From preschool to senior high school, we have the exact game plan your kids need to ace their classes. And because it's World Cup season, you get a massive 20% off every single book. Don't drop points. Call 059-50-10-175 or dash to Pegasus Publishing in Accra Newtown, right opposite the Total Energy Station. Free delivery within Accra when you call. Pegasus Publishing, shaping minds, winning futures.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees. Our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
This season is packed with a lot of surprises that you are not ready for.
Was one component that without it, you can't make pancake.
Without flour.
What do you have on it?
It's whipped cream and Oreos. And then I added a little of Milo to give it to.
Hey, when do you
I made the normal types of pancakes.
You're a prophet. Then this is a prophetic pancake.
There's something pungent you can't really tell.
Where is it? I don't see the honey.
You taste it.
You taste it.
Do you play football? You like football? I say you do your taxes and let's see.
I really enjoyed your pancake. It's nice, but your pancake are too many in the bowl.
Hey, okay. Let's go. This is Big Chef Season 5.
Through every stage of life, some things simply stay with us. The spirit of never giving up. A throwback to a bygone era. Love was service. The silent statement of love. A thoughtful gesture that deepens bonds, balancing work and life. Every drop refreshes, every sip hydrates, just as it should. I am awake, one for life. Drink water, drink awake. Supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert is
only has one job, to keep up with you. But when your camera freezes, your messages arrive late, your video calls keeps breaking, and your battery gives up even before the day begins. Maybe your phone is trying to tell you something. Maybe it's time to get something better. Purchase the phone that keeps up with you during CompuGhana's Mobile Prime Week, the biggest mobile phone festival where top brands meet best prices. From the 27th of July to the 9th of August, enjoy exciting discounts on smartphones from Samsung, Tecno, Infinix, Itel, Vivo, Xiaomi, Huawei, Hotwave, and Doji, plus amazing gifts. CompuGhana has the right choice for you. Visit any CompuGhana showroom or shop online at CompuGhana.com. Call us on 0302-752020 or WhatsApp us on 0243-143-143. Mobile Prime Week, the biggest mobile phones festival. Top brands, best prices. CompuGhana, # for technology.
Thank you so much for staying with us. It's a beautiful Monday morning. Time now to review the news, but first, the weather. That's it. So the AM News Review is sponsored by Syntex Pipes, Pegasus Publishing, and Awake Purified Drinking Water. And joining us this morning is Lomnuku Ahlija. He's a lawyer, lecturer, and energy expert. Abdul Fattah Al-Hassan is Member of Parliament for Yedi. A little later, we shall add up to the panel. We're expecting Fifi Bafo. He's former head of public affairs, Cocoa Board, and as well Victoria Bright. She's former legal advisor to former President John Ejekumko, for an entrepreneur as well. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me. Did you have a good weekend today?
Yeah, we did.
You did?
And I would say good morning to the good people of here. And remember, we installed the regents of the Goa place. That is the Na Yakubu, who has been installed as a regent. The Kampakuana Yakubu. The president was there.
How did that go?
Somehow it was big.
Very colorful,
yes, and it was very peaceful and very successful. But for us, when we are marking or we are trying to mark ourselves in terms of how successful our funerals or our events are, it's about how incident-free it is. And I can say that it was highly, highly incident-free. We didn't record anything, and we thank God for that. And I want to commend the organizers and especially the traditional authorities for and the security agencies for that successful program.
That's good to know. And you, sir? How was your weekend?
Yes, my weekend was also very good, and I also take the opportunity to say a very good morning to the good people of Keta. In fact, I spent my weekend in the Keta constituency, so it was good.
You sound like a vuvuzela. Do you have a flu?
I do have a flu. Quite a lot. So, spending time with family and friends, in my hometown. So it was a good weekend for me as well. Yes, what can I say?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's do the headlines together. Let's do the newspapers. Which of the papers do you have?
So I have the Daily Guide and also the Publisher.
Okay. What do you have as well?
I have the Daily Searchlight and the Insights.
I've got the Daily Gist and I've got Free Press as well. Let me just start. The Daily Gist this morning is reporting Ghana is not safe under Mahama. Full story is on page 3 of the Daily Gist this morning. And a photo of the minority leader, Alexander Penyo, marking over there. And he's been declaring that Ghana is not safe under Mahama. On the same front page, we've got Africa must own its wealth. Sami Jemfi tax diaspora. Story is on page 4 of the Daily Gist. And NPP announces nationwide protest over Sedina acquittal. Full story is on page 2 of the Daily Gist. And same paper as well, President rejects ex gratia cancellation. Story is on page 2 of the same Daily Gist this morning. And probe 3,000 uncleared containers at Tema Port. There's also some demand on that. Story is on page 2. And just at the corner, the top of the Daily Gist is Oda MP MC crossfire on curses as Galamsey feud deepens. Story is on page 7. I certainly think it will be an interesting read. I've seen that story about how one accused the other, and the other is not very happy about it and decided to invoke curses on the other. Story is on page 7 of the Daily Gist this morning. Okay, Honorable, let's start with you with the Daily
Okay,
Gist.
the major one here says Sedina Tamakloe acquittal politically engineered. MPP accuses Court of Appeal and government, and that's on that's page 2 of the Daily Searchlight. And then we also have Mahama calls for citizen responsibility after viral Tema Newtown fish sanitation video, also on page 9 of the Daily Searchlight. Then Nightingale Educational Complex marks 20th anniversary. And then the last one, Elder Te Kofi launches 12 books. Okay. That's for the Daily Searchlight. And then in respect of the insights, can I move on? Let's go to the Daily Guide.
So for the Daily Guide, the major story says tribunals are kangaroo courts, minority leader. And there are a few more. Dame criticizes Sedina Tamakloe's acquittal, which is a story that's on page 3 of the Daily Guide. Also, there's a man who has been jailed for 10 years for defiling his stepdaughter. That's on page 6. Wow.
10 years?
Yes, 10 years for defiling his stepdaughter. There's also UCC must produce job-ready graduates. That's Sam Jonah, who I believe is the chancellor for the university. And also there's a story about Sami Jemfi, the CEO of Gold Board, advocating to Ghanaians in the diaspora to move beyond remittance to investments.
Okay. Let me bring you Free Press this morning. First is government to establish political parties, regulatory commission soon. Story is on page 4 of the Free Press. And that's at £5 million. Is that a pound? Or I usually confuse a euro and the pound. Yeah. A legacy debt on Ghana's mission in UK. Story is on page 2. And Ghana urged to turn to new world order, page 4. And the big one in front of the Free Press is government accepts recommendation of CRC. Just some days ago, you saw the Attorney General telling you which of the commission's reports, or the committee's report, I should say, they accept and which one they are not accepting. Story is on page 3 if you just want to have a refresher course for yourself. Get into the details. But that's it. Let's get into the matters arising as we're joined by Fifi Waffles. Good to have you. Good morning. Nice suit. Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, it was good.
I'm happy to hear that.
You
should do that.
Which one?
That's the inside. Give me the headlines on the inside.
What insights?
I was just do.
Just the headlines. But maybe for you to just take a minute to look through.
Oh, so I should.
Yes, I can look at.
No, I can go ahead. Don't
worry.
Mahama Hill's Toss recovery vows to make refinery a strategic driver of Ghana's industrial future. Toss set to hit ECOWAS market. Edmond Combat reveals refinery West Africa ambition. Armed land guards allegedly besiege Kwashikuma. Worried chief elders call for IGP's help. Socialist Movement of Ghana backs breakthrough news. Socialist Movement of Ghana backs breakthrough news against U.S. press crackdown. There's a lot of stories. Julius Debra challenges KNUST to turn research into job life transforming solutions. TS market traders appeal to President Mahama over planned relocation and demolition threats.
Okay.
That's the insights.
Right. Lom, you have the last paper?
Yes, the publisher has the major story saying Mahama's reset is a sham. Osahini goes nuclear on NDC. There's also the Gold Board CEO champions African wealth ownership, which is also the next big story with more details on page 3. Then again, Dame slams AG over Sedina acquittal, and then MPP hits the streets on Thursday over selective justice, which there are more details on page 2 of the publisher.
Okay, I've got 2 more papers, the Ranak and the Daily Graphic. Do I have the Daily Graphic quickly? I will do that and also bring the Ranak. Let me see which one you're bringing up quickly. Let's see. Daily Graphic, tollback in full operation. President Mahama commissions refurbished facility story is in the Daily Graphic this morning. Grab a copy, and other stories I think might interest you. And the RONAC as well. Let's have that quickly. And I'll run you through right after the RONAC. That's the BNFT. Pension assets surpass 120 billion Ghana cedis. Another stories, customs bill leaves key duty questions unresolved. These are another stories in front of the BNFT. Final paper this morning, and then I'll take you straight to Tema Newtown about that sanitation concerns. That's what we're starting with. Let me see the final paper. So I know that RNAQ is still doing a few things that was reported in front of the RONAC. Do I still have that paper? And then I'll bring it to our viewers. Still opening new food banks or feeding a lot more people. Why haven't I been fed yet? RNAQ. Feeding the poor, and yet I haven't had a plate yet. Let's see. Okay, that'll be all for the papers. Next time when my director is in a good mood, we'll bring the RONAC to you. Yeah, but that's the biggest paper in front of it. But let's take you to Tema Newtown. Okay, gentlemen, I don't know if you have seen that video that is coming from Tema Newtown. And that video our attention was brought to that video by the Bus Stop Boys about how we indiscriminately throw refuse and still dry
and the fish will come from...
Let's look at it first, and then we can talk about it.
Distraction to ourselves. Look at us. Ball and ye. Ball and ye, and I'm near Food and Drugs Authority. Good afternoon, sir. Hey! Oh, Papa, now yes, I know. Hey! Shari, how the work is a environment, no? It's a crime. Then you say, a higher figure too. Mommy, good afternoon. Me ring nampa, but me who ya ya mama raho. Die ti min toro ba kese bi fanse woni fa nam ninguso. How? Fish ahoro ayeye no wa hade abakro mama nipa to adi no. FDA, good afternoon sir. FDA, good afternoon sir. Na so environment ni di na fe utie stories na. You say hospital beds ni na. Enye nwanwa kra o maame pani anko no be kire ne ba se epoa no ye ne no ono ankasa na elidi gang no no ne ba nyina ene. So look at that. The wia na asa ko ye nam ne da ba krom si Antoni. We are Ghana ni na udidi nko ade o se video o ma hu hia o. So the consciousness of our people is exactly what we need to tackle. Until then there, bro, we will fix the economy and 1 cedi can be $1. But because looking at the environment, you know, it means that 100 more thousands more will go to Kolebu on a day. Now, the nipa 1,000 back Kolebu no munyo yarea. Best no go away. And the best there will never be enough if we cannot fix our sanitation. Excuse my French. Our progress as a country is almost impossible. This is Tema Newtown. Why wouldn't Tema Newtown? Fish a whole one do na had a fever. Na dia na sikra wo Ghana ni adwen mu a afi de yeto bola gu nsuo mu ya. With the Food and Drugs Authority and for some of them on form on 10 term na, and we can put in the measures and deal with the situation right here. Betimi sia no amana ye. Abba.
Well, so that's the video that emerged. We also know that the president has been reacting to this particular video. I've got that one. Let me show you.
Environment should be the key.
Yeah, I'll bring you the president's reaction a bit later, but of course it's in line with how we're all feeling this morning. So, do you know Tema Newtown, Fifi? Do you know Tema Newtown, Honorable?
I worked in Tema.
Actually, yes, but maybe, you know, Cocoa Board, okay. But do you know
I worked in Tema when I was at Adom. Adom was at Tema.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
Yes, I do know Tema.
You know, what about Tema Newtown itself?
Yes, the community.
Yes. I know Tama Newtown, this video doesn't surprise me. My uncle lived there for years, and each time I went there for holidays and all, I saw this was a regular thing. And now we're putting the spotlight on it. Let me hear from you, Honorable, on this matter. The president is quite worried and says that we should take our sanitation quite seriously. In this day and age, we have a president having to now still call us to order to our own sanitation. That's quite sad, but let me hear you.
No, it's terrible. But let's that guy there, in fact, we should be able to, we should pat him on the back. He like you are saying, this is something that most of us would have seen and would not have even considered as something worth bringing to the attention of the public. And to the extent that he took the pain to bring this up to the fore, let's commend him. But it just exposes the kind of society we live in. Just a few weeks ago, we're doing this cleanup exercises, and this is coming even after the conduct of those exercises. So I asked myself, what was done in this area? West of it, or this is an area that we have this our fish coming from, and it's like no eye or no attention is being paid to that sector. We have the health workers. So you ask yourselves, what do they do? These health workers that we have, that we are always asked to even employ more of them, and each year they graduate from our tertiary institutions. What do we put that expertise to? The various health and safety institutions that we have in the country, what are they actually doing? Because this thing is not in any corner. It is actually, in fact, sometimes it is just by the roadside. And once you move there, once you get there, you see it glaringly. And so I ask myself, is it that we see this as very normal, and this thing finds its way into even the airport here, East Legon, and all those places that where if you go to East Legon, we have these are big tilapia joints. These are the areas that all those things come from.
The tilapia that comes from my hometown.
I don't know where it comes from everywhere.
It does.
And so we should be ashamed of ourselves that at this age, day and age, we still have this issue with us. And it is even sad that this is in the capital city. This is not in my hometown. This is not in Keta.
Keta is beautiful.
You understand? This is in the capital city of Ghana, where you are supposed to see almost all state agencies being at their best. We have the heads of all those institutions in Greater Accra. We have almost all the privileged sectors of the economy based in Greater Accra. So if you can have this in Greater Accra, it should tell you what is happening even in the far hinterlands. And so, to me, we should bow our heads in shame. We should take this up, and if need be, that area has to be cordoned off. If you cannot put in the necessary measures, we do not have to entertain the fishing activity in that enclave, because it appears. If you look at even the slums, you look at the structures there where they live in, and all this, it's like it's all in one place. Let's try to be able to make sure that we segregate everything. If you are living here, that should be for your habitat, that should be for your occupation. If you are there to do business, it should also be cordoned off as such, and the necessary health and safety measures be put in place. But we can't have everything mingled up. That's why you can have somebody just walk 100 meters away and go to free him or herself, because everything is put in one place. And so we should be able to segregate this area and know that this area is for this area is for this, and let the necessary health and safety measures work to be able to protect our health and safety. And like he's saying, we don't see the causes of some of these health issues that we have, but we quickly go back and blame our health institutions that there are no beds. If you have this environment, how many beds can you provide in our hospitals that can take care of the issues that will come out of this place? And so it's a shame. And it's even more a shame because it's something we have come to accept as a society. That people live, and you'll be surprised that the health and sanitation workers in that area would have seen this several times, and they'll see no need to even flag this for the state to take action on it. And so I support the president's call for a greater action to be paid to this, and if possible, that area should be zoned off. In fact, it should be marked as a red zone, and so that not until the necessary measures are put in place, we should not allow these things to continue.
And let me go to Lom and then also take his submission. I said that I lived not that I lived fully in Newtown, but I'm not surprised at this video. But it also I just took my mind to when I was young and visited my uncle in Tema. I'm wondering, do they have the required social amenities that would allow them not to do what we're seeing now? Is it their fault? Whilst people must be quite disciplined, are you surprised at what you're seeing today?
I recall, I think sometime last year, I did an article, an opinion piece for my journal online. The title was Small Acts of Disorder. And essentially, the case I was making in that opinion piece was that we allow, or when small acts of disorder start happening, we allow it to fester, and before we realize it becomes a crisis. Look at the scenes from the Bus Stop Boys videos. You can see that it's like the entire beach is covered in filth. It didn't take one day for the entire beach to be covered in filth. It started as one piece of maybe a pure water rubber somebody threw, and then now it's like a mountain of rubbish, essentially, that we could see. The municipal assemblies are responsible within their jurisdictions for dealing with matters related to sanitation. Of course, we know we've had lots of conversations in the past about how sanitation has been dealt with, whether from central, local, with the various contracts, Zoom Lion and all the others. But essentially, sanitation in a community is dealt with by that local community under the supervision of the municipal assembly, district assembly, or if it's a metro. So for me, this shows that we have essentially overlooked what is required to fix this for years. That's why it has gotten to this point. It is beachside, so we know that the fisher folk are already there. They've been fishing years. I mean, this it's part of the culture of the people to fish. But now the fishing is being done in an environment which is unsafe and unhealthy. And it will continue until something is done. So how is this going to stop? It will only stop when authorities are responsible, crack the whip. And as I said, it starts with the district assemblies. But it doesn't end there. We've talked about, in fact, they even talk about Food and Drugs Board. They've talked about, we have a whole ministry that is also responsible for sanitation as well. Environment Science and I think sanitation, the name. Then we have Ghana Health Service, institutions that are responsible for superintending over our health systems. In fact, just recently, I saw even a statement by Ghana Medical Association complaining about certain things. So there are various stakeholders in Ghana who have a role to play in something like this not happening, or something like this not being the case. And so for me, if we've gotten to this point, we've allowed it to happen because we've kept quiet. And Honorable said something. We have come to accept it. The small acts of disorder soon become great acts of disorder. And that's what we are seeing there. The beach is filled with filth. And I just talked about Keta. Keta, we have beautiful beaches, unlike what we've seen here. But guess what? If we don't take time, that's exactly what happened there. Because it's the same culture. Nothing is done, it piles up, and before you realize it becomes a canker to the society.
Keta is quite pristine. The beaches are quite pristine.
It is pristine, but I can assure you that you see one or two pure water rubbers somewhere. Okay. You start seeing one or two, because there are funerals, there are weddings, activities, engagements, and so on. And before you start seeing that, people are dropping things on the beach. It is not like this, but my point is that something like this happened because we've allowed it to grow on us. And it has to be stamped out completely. And there are many stakeholders who can deal with this issue, but we start with the local assembly. Tema Newtown, I'm not sure which of the assemblies is under. If it is under Ebi Bright, I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about that.
I should actually look.
Yes, action needs to be taken today, not tomorrow. You see, he asked a question of one of the fisher folk. Why don't you even just put rubber down?
Rubber or something.
Yes, and then put the fish on. They have done it so casually because they are looking at costs. If I go and buy polythene to lay down to put this fish on, it means an extra cost. So to cut costs, she's doing this. The lady and the child who were defecating on the beach, they are actually public toilets, probably close by, they could pay to use. But they don't want to pay to use public washrooms, so we rather defecate on the beach. But like I'm saying, all this is happening because we allow it to happen. If you take these same, let's say Ghanaians, the people who you see on the screen right now, if you take them to another country, like say the US, all of a sudden the behavior will change. Why? Because there's enforcement. Yes, that is it. I mean, the things that we do and get away with in this country, when we travel outside, we don't do them. In fact, you will not even think about doing them because there are consequences. And the consequences are that the law must take its course. And we have every law you can imagine that governs things like this. It should never happen. And as far as I'm concerned, the whip needs to be cracked and cracked today. So as far as, like, by close of day today, that place
somebody
should be shut down.
Be held.
Absolutely. It should be until it is, essentially cleaned up and measures put in place to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
All right. Fifi.
Oh, thank you. So I'll start by commending the Bastop boys. I think that this is an addition to the good job they've been doing over the years. And it's rare to find young men who have devoted their time doing this, at least helping clean our cities. There are people who have been paid to do that, but of course it's not been sufficient. So to find these young men committing their time and resources in doing this, I believe it's a commendable act. But beyond that, bringing this to our notice is also very, very important. But there's something I'm realizing on this table. It's not like it's new to me. We all seem to admit that, oh, this is not new. This is something that has been happening. And the question we need to ask ourselves is, what are our standards as a people? What do we accept? Or what do we consider not acceptable? And for which reason we must not allow to happen? Yes, it is not a new thing if you go to Newtown to realize this. And Newtown is only just to give us an indication of possibly what is happening at other beaches. And this is what we feed on. And you ask yourself, really, how safe are we? Just like the gentleman was referring to. How safe are we to be eating from fish prepared next to rubbish and people taking care of themselves at the beach? We must have standards. And not just have standards, but ensure that those standards are maintained. Because if we agree as a people that yes, we would not accept people defecating next to where fish is prepared, then just like Lom said, the people who have a duty, the people who have a responsibility to ensure that it does not happen, those people will go there and make sure that the right thing is done. I know they will say to us, oh, there are not enough staff at the sanitation. What is happening to all the young people who have gone to school, who are just looking for non-existent jobs? Can we put them to use? Can we employ them? Of course, there will be sanctions, there will be penalties for persons who engage in such acts. And the money could go into paying these young persons who don't have anything to do.
Sure.
Lom, I think, concluded on the point that if you go outside Ghana as a Ghanaian, you will find Ghanaians doing the very things we are doing here. It is just because the laws are being implemented. But Lom was also making reference to the fact that the assemblies are supposed to ensure that these things don't happen. What are they doing? Why the refusal to act? And the assemblies, it said sanitation ministry. Now we don't have sanitation ministry again because the president in opposition promised that he would make it part of a different ministry and ensure that they do their job. But it's under the environment ministry. Who is the minister for environment?
I think it's under the local...
local government, yes. But issues about environment, sure. But of course, we also have environment ministry. And that ministry has been without a minister. What are you doing? Can't you do that job?
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Well,
At all.
What are you doing?
it's a question we should, but I think Fifi, are you landing? It's a nice place to land. It's a good place to land.
So that's Honorable's name will be on there.
Yeah,
because honestly, even though we all say that yes, we want to bring down the number of appointees, but issues of environment is such an important concern to us as a country.
Are you not satisfied that the Lands Ministry is a caretaker of that ministry for now?
The result is what we see.
But this video has been like this since. Temani Town, it's been like this.
Then it's good as saying that let us fold our arms because
let's drink
like
and eat for tomorrow we die. Okay.
We must act. And that is the reason why we have a reset to correct the things that have gone wrong in the past. If we go on this tangent, oh, well, it has been the case, it used to be the case, then we will not move. We will not progress as a country. We must make a change. And if we must make a change, we should ensure that we get the people to do what is expected of them. As for you, go and tell the president.
What are you doing? Can't you do it? By the way, so I promised I was going to bring you the video. The president has actually reacted to this video. Before I go to Vicky, let's listen and I'll come back to Vicky.
Recently, I was watching a video. And this went to Temani Town. And if you see the baller there, and meanwhile, they were drying fish. And that fish is supposed to come into the market. But the climax, the worst one was some nice woman on the beach. She was doing her business. I don't know how many of you have seen that video. It went viral this week. You must be responsible in citizenship. Now the flags have gone. And so we're like the vulture. Pepe said, after the rains, I will repair my roof. And then when the rain stops, oh, but it is no longer raining. Why? And so throwing sachet water, throwing styrofoam, food packaging, and everything into the drain. Which remember that when the they will come and meet those things that you're throwing in there.
Well, the interpreter has my attention this morning. I said, "Bola, they'll be him." There's no need to interpret it. But Vicky, certainly you've seen the video and you've also seen the president's reaction.
Yes, it's deeply disturbing. For me, it brings together three national crises in one place. Environmental pollution is one, unsafe food processing, which is affecting all of us, and institutional failure. You know, every time we sit here, there's one thing or the other, the institutional failure keeps coming in. We need to strengthen our institutions. Because how can food, which we are all eating, be prepared in such unsanitary conditions? I mean, people are openly defecating, you know, I mean, they're rubbish. And to think that people are actually eating these foods, it's very worrying. And where have all these people been? The FDA, the EPA, the Assembly, when this has been going on? Because this wasn't happening at, midnight. It's happening every day, and it's going on, and it's been going on. And I'm always shocked when I see these things. And I think that the president is right to call for responsible citizenship. Because as we are all saying, if we travel out of Ghana and go somewhere, the same human beings will behave differently. So what is it about Ghana that gets us to believe that we can continue to behave in this kind of way with total impunity? For me, it's upsetting that yet again, institutions are reacting just because someone saw it and then took a video and the video went viral. So if that hadn't happened, we would still be where we are. I mean, it will still continue without any interference, and we will still be consuming these foods. So we are very grateful to the busboys for doing what they are doing. I'm worried about it because there are laws here. You know, there are laws here. We have laws under sections 51 to 53 of the Public Health Act. Selling unwholesome food or preparing or displaying food under insanitary conditions and, you know, processing food that's unfit for consumption is an offense. It's an offense. And this attracts either fines or imprisonment. So it is a serious offense. But I don't think, I don't know. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Your researchers can, but I have never heard of anyone being jailed because they did not prepare food properly.
Usually
they're fined. Yes, maybe fined. And I don't know how much the fines are. But clearly it's not been anything that's been so wild that we're like, oh, wow, you know. And similarly, nothing will happen in this situation, you know. So for me, we need to really sit up. We need to have a proper policy response. You know, there's a dangerous cycle at work. The waste, we put the waste in our drains, the pure water sachets, all the rest of it, defecate in the sea, and then we end up polluting our coastline. And then the fish, you know, consume some of these things, food processing, the contaminated food finds itself in the markets and then onto our tables and then in our stomachs, you know, and it's a vicious cycle that continues. I remember some time ago, research along this same Akratema coastline found plastics to be a dominant component of submarine debris, which recorded coliform and E. coli. You know how dangerous E. coli kills. It kills like flies, you know, above the safe guidelines. So it's a long-standing problem. It's a long-standing problem which was known to the authorities way before these busboys came on. I think the FDA should deal with this thing once and for all. They should conduct tests on the fish that they've seized and publish the results for all of us to see. And the assembly should disclose, we need to know when this place was last inspected, whether it has even ever been inspected, you know. And I don't know whether there are waste bins and toilets nearby, but I think in most places there are some public toilets nearby. And so, you know, people should just be using those toilets. You cannot be openly defecating. I mean, it just beggars belief. It doesn't make sense on any level. So please, let's respect ourselves. You know. I see that the video we're just showing also suggests that FDA or some of the authorities involved had just moved in to break down some structure and all of that. That's quite sad because feels like we're more reactive than proactive. Yeah, and we have to stop governing by viral videos. You know, citizens.
And you even find chiefs calling to intervene and politicians calling.
Exactly, Emefa. You're right, because we are not being proactive, so always reactive. Yeah. The president has reacted to this. Yeah. So action will be taken. But guess what? If you go beyond Tema Newtown, how about Jamestown? How about
there's the Manyam, there's
Labadi? You know, yes. So there are many places.
Go back a year from now.
Yeah, exactly.
Or 2 weeks just go back. Yes,
even 2 weeks. So we need to be sustainable solutions.
Anyway, so that's it on your screen. So let's get into other matters. Let's talk about, I like to say, the most popular court case over the day, Sedina Tamakloe. So by now you know that the Court of Appeal had acquitted and discharged her. You also know that the Attorney General has indicated that they definitely are going to be pursuing an overturn of that decision. Before I get to the lawyers for us to understand the legal nuance, question I am asking, is this an example of complete rule of law? Like we've been asking for rule of law. Do we think that when we go to court, because a person has been accused, they must be thrown into prison, then it means that we've won, the law has won or not? Or in very interesting or very rare circumstances, you would find that the thing looks very obvious, But when the law is put to test, it may not come out the way you think. Let's talk about the political optics before I go to the lawyers from legal understanding this morning. Politician.
I won't say lawyer, so I say before you come to
I want to start with the politicians before I go to the part of you that's a lawyer. You're a politician first, you know.
I'm doing 2 submissions. I have to do. So I don't shove one and let
I know you're a lawyer. I know you're a lawyer, except that I have 2 other lawyers here. I'm asking you politically first.
Will you ask me legally as well?
Of course, when I throw the legal questions,
okay,
I will. The profile provided to me was that you're a member of parliament. So now I know that you're a lawyer. I would also go there. But politically, the optics, first of all, are you surprised at the decision of the Court of Appeal?
Let me be fair.
Don't speak as a lawyer.
Yeah, no, I don't speak as a lawyer. But there was a day I sat here, I think it's about 2 months ago, when the same issue was...
I was here with you then.
Thank you. If you remember what I said. I said that, unfortunately, that my statement in answering you, it will still have to do with law.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that's what I made it here. That you see, when you have a trial in absentia, chances are a lot of things will go wrong. A lot of things will go wrong. Because you see, every lawyer, when you are prosecuting a case, sometimes you look at the demeanor of the judge and you know how much effort you need to put into your case, especially when you are being challenged. Now, if you have a free way to go, chances are you overlook some of the ingredients you must put in your case, how you must solidify your case. And is it trying in absentia? A lot of the time, you allow a lot of things to go under the water, and you think you are successful. So I was, even on that day, even long before we got to this point, I was of the opinion that if this matter is tested, I don't see how this will stand.
In terms of her conviction?
That conviction, I didn't see it standing anywhere, long before we even got to this point.
So how would you have had it continue since she left the country?
Yeah, so that is also another issue. So you see, look, while she was even not in the jurisdiction, it was still a duty on the prosecution to prosecute the case as if she was in the country. Don't think you have it easy. And so some of the pieces of evidence that you tender in, you will show because, she's not even there. Look, the burden on you does not change, whether she's present or not. It doesn't change. And the burden, and as we are all aware, in terms of criminal matters, is very high. And the court at all times would uphold that burden. And so whether the person is there or not, forget it. Do as if the person were there. And a lot of things that we heard, we didn't hear from her side. We didn't hear her defense. And so we're all dealing with one-sided story. And we felt simply because she was not available, then it means we already pronounced her guilty even before she was heard. And the court will not even shudder to overturn that decision once they know that, or they have come to the realization that the laws have not been fully applied, especially the burden that is put on the prosecution. And so I am extremely...
You're not surprised.
This has even vindicated me because I said it here on this studio that I don't see how this conviction will stand when it is taken on appeal.
But considering how the case went, starting, during, and even ending, how else could the prosecution...
Yeah, so like the political thing, you cannot rule that out. The optics, the political sentiments, and then the calculations that people will put on it. That is a given. But I would always say that let's not crucify our legal jurisprudence on the altar of political convenience. That would be very dangerous.
Do you think the Attorney General will stand a chance if you look at the nuance of the case?
I don't see him. In fact,
you don't see him stand a chance?
I even don't... Look, when you read the judgment and you are a lawyer, I won't even dare try an appeal. It is terrible. Terribly bad. I don't even see how... Look, I don't know whether... maybe when he files his notice of appeal, and we look at the documents filed, maybe he may be able to convince some of us. But it is so bad that I don't see how this can be overturned. Because a lot of things went wrong in the whole prosecution. And I don't know who was prosecuting the case and who was putting together evidence and what was being done in court. It was like, everything we put in, it will go through. After all, she's not there. No one is there to test it. And so to me, that the AG should not even waste his time going on appeal on this matter, because the Court of Appeal's decision is so strong and it's so founded in law. In fact, and you remember, I listened to Manasseh too on this. Manasseh said, initially when the verdict came, everybody was like, the politicians have done it again, and those things. But after reading the judgment, Manasseh came back to say that between the political rhetorics and the courts, having read the judgment, I'll go with the courts.
Okay.
And that is what I will do. So these are my political submission.
Okay. You've actually merged the two.
No. Emefa, I won't take that.
I've heard you, because you've actually mentioned that you will not even advise the Attorney General.
That's true. That's true. But I know where my people will come from. So
where your people? Fifi.
Have that back.
Fifi has a But let me go to law before I come to Fifi. The judgments, I hear him and others also say that if you read the judgments, you can just see where the end would look like. But there's a pushback that the court should also look at technicalities. They should not look at technicalities in situations such as this. I'm not quoting it quite well. You are the lawyer. But the judgment is entire. How does it come to you?
Well, the way the judgment was written, it's very solid, I would say. Of course, there are aspects of it that can be challenged and critiqued still. And obviously, when it gets to the Supreme Court, it's possible that we can have an outcome different from what the Court of Appeal has brought out. But I want to perhaps dwell a bit more on the first part of your question, which is technicality, before I go into maybe other aspects of it. The very essence or nature of criminal proceedings are such that technicalities are important. The reason is because we don't want any citizen of Ghana or any other person in this country to go to prison, or their liberty to be denied on, quote unquote, the whims and caprices of anybody or sentiment and so on. Before someone's liberty will be taken away, we need to be sure that they have done what it is that we are alleging they have done, and they have breached a law. So in fact, when it comes to criminal law, technicality is so important that even if you don't meet the requirements, we will rather the person go so. And that the reason is because the reverse is that we may put someone in when they have not done what we are alleging them to do. So for example, and this aspect, I've heard it many times where people say, oh, as for lawyers, people are liars. We are not liars. When I have a client...
They say when you die, do.
It's also not true. It's also not true. Yes, it's also not true. So this is how the thing is. When, let's say I'm representing an accused person, you say the person has committed murder. Maybe there's even a video of them standing over somebody with a knife. You see that typically the accused person is likely to still plead not guilty. Not guilty doesn't mean they did it or they didn't do it. All it means is that as far as this charge is concerned, I'm leaving it to the prosecution to show that I did it. That's where this lawyers are liars thing comes in. We are not lying. We are just saying that according to law, the standard is that it is the prosecution that must meet certain requirements. If they meet it and the judge accepts it, then the accused person is convicted, they go to jail. If they can't do their job, it doesn't matter whether the person actually did it or not. It is about whether they can prove it. And that's why in criminal jurisprudence, we say that the accused person is not compelled to say or do anything. In fact, even when a person is arrested, you can choose not to speak even a word. Like when we arrest people, they say, oh, the Iyoko is interrogating the person, NIB. They can ask you 1,000 questions. You can choose not to answer any of them. It's not your job to assist them. The prosecution must prove their case, and also in law we say beyond reasonable doubt for criminal matters. It means that the standard is higher. If you can't meet that standard, even if the person has done it, they will not be convicted. Which is the reason why you see that in most criminal trials, there's always at the end of the prosecution's case, the accused persons, their lawyers and everything, they have a choice to make. They can decide to proceed and make their defense, or they can do something we call a submission of no case. In other words, if they make that submission of no case, they are essentially calling on the judge to say, so far, what the prosecution has done, it doesn't rise to the level where I even need to say anything. If the judge accepts the submission of no case, the matter will end right there. And the reason that the bar is so high in criminal matters is because we don't want to make a mistake, even once, for an innocent person to go into.
Does that not make the prosecution's job very difficult?
Absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. It is by law consciously made to be difficult because we'll rather, once in a while, somebody who has done something wrong slips through than one innocent person to go in. Because you know the reason for that. If the standard is so low, they cannot just accuse you, like I said, somebody holding a knife standing over a body. Maybe they came to meet the body, they picked the knife because they were wondering what happened, and then you come and meet them and say, oh, you killed the person. You may not have done it. We want you to prove it. The reason because an innocent person should never go to jail or have their liberty taken when they haven't done it. But guess what? Because the standard is high, there are times when people who have actually done it may slip through the cracks. But the law is a balancing act. The law will prefer that the standard is higher so that no innocent person ever goes in, even though
all the 78 charges against Sedina,
900
from day one,
yes,
till the Court of Appeal level,
yes,
nobody was able to look at it and say that, Chile, the way the prosecution is going,
yes,
or your investigation or your evidences that you have gathered so far,
yes,
just a casual look at it will not stand the test of time in court? Or it's simply because she was tried in absentia, so they thought they could just slip things through?
Yes and no. I'm saying that because even the first topic that we just discussed about the filth shows our nature, or part of our nature as Ghanaians. Some things we take it for granted. Even you recall, even just a week or two ago, one of the High Court matters, the judge had to adjourn for the Attorney General's office to amend some charges, because the accused counsel raised an issue about the nature of the charges. You recall, I think about 2 weeks ago, I think it's the Hanan case.
Hanan, yes.
But guess what? That's how it is. It is, so long as human beings are in the process, it's not always going to be perfect. But as you say, if we have a good system of review or supervision, there are many ways in which you can catch some of these things. But it has happened many times. I recall maybe about 2 decades or 15, 20 years ago, there was another big case, because you started by saying this is one of the most popular cases now, right? There was another big case, the Tagore case. It was big, and it was a recording, it leaked. Everybody was listening to the audio, how some group of people sat somewhere and they were talking about goods. And everybody believed that the goods was referring to drugs and so on. At High Court, Tagore and a number of people were convicted. When he went to an appeal, they were acquitted. And it became a big conversation just like this. And I am saying that in law, what the work the judges do, it has nothing to do with emotions or sentiments. And the lawyers will confirm this. Every offense has elements. Some offenses may have 3 elements, some may have 5, some may have 6. When you are being tried on one of those charges, the job of a judge is to look at the charge, the elements, and look at what was presented and whether the elements have been met. If one of them is not met, you go home.
So when this current government came and we had a new Attorney General, did they not have an interest in this matter to want to look at it to see that, no, the way this matter is going, though she's been convicted, if she seeks an appeal, it may not stand? Did they not have an interest in this matter?
Well, they will definitely have an interest because that's their job. The Attorney General's job. Yes, I'm coming to that. The Attorney General obviously has an interest in that, but you recall that Sedina Tamakloe was convicted in the previous administration.
Yes.
And indeed, because she was not in the jurisdiction, processes for her extradition had already been triggered. So the Attorney General didn't have any maybe direct There's nothing that could have been done to stop that because that's already in the process. Now, when she files her notice of appeal, then it will trigger the Attorney General again. Assuming she didn't appeal, she would have just be extradited to Ghana, she would be in jail, and then she would serve a term, and then she'll be done. Okay. But once she filed her notice of appeal, then obviously the Attorney General's jurisdiction in that case is triggered. Then they also have to file their submissions to make a case why the conviction must stand, which they did, and obviously the Court of Appeal disagrees. So it doesn't matter whether it is 78 counts, even 100 counts, the judges will look at the record of appeal which was submitted to them, the record that the High Court considered, the submissions and everything, and come to a determination. And when they are doing that job, it is dispassionate. Okay. And for me, that is the element that I also want to highlight particularly, because when we bastardize the judiciary, we destroy ourselves, because the judiciary is the last line of, if I should say, protection of the rights of all Ghanaians and everybody living in Ghana. In the last administration, we had similar things. A judgment is given, then we say it's political, right? Maybe the judges is 7-0 on every issue. Now we are talking about why are the 3 judges ruling? It's the same, it's 3-0, 7-0. My point is that let us not bastardize the judiciary. Okay. Let them do their work according to the legal principles. And if we are questioning a decision, we question it on the basis of law. Not because it's administration's office. People. You have to. No. But see, Emefa, at this point is so important. Okay. Because what happens is that when we cast the judiciary in a certain light, we question the integrity. These judges, I don't know their personal situation. I don't know their personal biases, their background. I don't know who appointed them. I've heard all kinds of things. They may have been appointed by even different presidents, different administrations. So my point is that when we make it political, what happens is that we are essentially saying to the whole Ghana that justice is according to political party or who is in office. Okay. And what that means is that then if I'm in say the MPP, for example, I shouldn't take any case to court whilst the NDC is in office. And the reverse. How about the CPP? They haven't been in power since 92, so where should they go? So my point is that we shouldn't take it to the point where we begin to undermine the judiciary. We've had election petitions, 2 of them in the last, let's say, decade. Where did the political parties go? Didn't they go to the same courts to have their issues resolved as far as the legitimacy of the elections were concerned? So for me, that is it.
Okay, Fifi, I am particularly concerned about investigations and evidence collection all through to prosecution. This particular case and other cases, what does it tell you about the thoroughness of our investigations even before we prosecute?
Okay. Well, I will say that it's important that investigators do a good job. And of course, the lawyers also prosecuting the case must convince themselves that the investigation indeed was thorough and the evidence is good enough to secure prosecution in court. But I want to proceed and make this point about a very worrying situation I have observed about a conversation on this Sedina case. The only person in the NDC who is of the view that the Court of Appeal decision is not a good one is the Attorney General. Apart from the Attorney General, every single person in the NDC, lawyers and non-lawyers, at least those who have spoken publicly, have all said that, well, the Court of Appeal decision is a good one, but the Attorney General says no, the Court of Appeal got it wrong. And there's this popular trending story on social media, obviously with Chiguho. So I don't know whether it is the Attorney General and the Chiguho or this Ghanaians and the Chiguho.
The Attorney General and the Chiguho, the Chiguho, because you're a lawyer,
No. See, maybe Ghana for the Chiguho. And the Attorney General is also thinking along the lines of the NDC members, but of course, because of the public outcry, he has to come out and act as though he shares the sentiment being expressed outside. Because it's surprising that every member of the NDC is of the view that the High Court got it wrong, and indeed the Court of Appeal was right in ruling in favor of Sedina. But the Attorney General says no. The High Court got it right. The evidence before the High Court indeed was one that the court was expected to rule against Sedina Tamakloe. Why is all this happening? Because Sedina was tried. Honorable talked about the fact that she was tried in absentia. It's not entirely the case. Sedina was charged. She was in Ghana. She was appearing before court. Halfway when the evidence was put before her, maybe she realized, no, she didn't have a defense. So only went to court to tell the court that, well, she had to travel and never came back. After the ruling, she did not step here to serve the term. Waited till an order to compel her to come before she came. When Sedina came, there was a story about she not even going straight to the prison. It had to take a certain force from the public before later on we're told that, oh, wow, now she is in Nsawam. All of us here will admit that after the sentence by the High Court, there was no information in the public domain about she challenging the ruling. There was nothing like that. It only came to light after she had been brought back to this country. Then we're told that, oh, she was actually challenging the ruling. Indeed, the argument I've heard in recent times is that, well, she was challenging the case, the previous Attorney General and his people did not do a good job. I've read a statement issued by Godfrey Adami, who says that was not brought to his attention. Yes, the case was filed, but it was never brought to his attention. None of us knew that Sedina was challenging that ruling. It only came to light after she had been brought back, and now we are told, oh, she's actually challenging the case. On top of that, there was something very striking in the ruling by the Court of Appeal. Because an appeal process largely will look at what transpired at the court that sentenced the person. And if you read the statement by the Attorney General, they said that evidence that was put before the High Court was not available. Yeah. Again. So let me just read it so that at least it makes the matters clearer. So this is the Attorney General in the case. We wish to bring to the attention of the Honorable Court that the record of appeal before the court is not complete. We state that all exhibits tendered by the prosecution during the trial does not form part of the record. The only document found as part of the record are some of the documents which formed part of the disclosure done by the prosecution. Be it as it may, we have to proceed with the submission relying on notes made by the prosecution. So the question is, why was the record not before the Court of Appeal? Because at an appeal level, you need a record from the High Court to take a decision. But the record was not available. The people who are accusing Godfrey Adami that he did not do a good job, what stopped them for ensuring that the record from the High Court was available before the Court of Appeal for a decision to be made? Or is it a case that they were not interested in making sure that the record was before the court? Because if the appeal court or the Court of Appeal was taking a decision based on the record, and the record was not, and this record from the court, the prosecution, this was the basis for which the decision was made, and this record was not available to the court, what do you expect the ruling to be? Definitely, the court will say that, well, if your record is not complete, because I'm relying on this information, this is the basis on which I'm going to decide. Then the question is, was really the Attorney General interested in ensuring that the right decision will be made by the court? And if he was not interested, then why is the Attorney General today telling us that, well, he's going to the Supreme Court? Is it also not interesting to realize that, well, just after telling us that, well, he's going to the Court of Appeal to reverse the Supreme Court to reverse the decision, we are told that, there is what do you call it? A break.
Legal education.
Legal vacation.
For stay of execution. But
yes, there's legal vacation, so the matter could not be stayed. Around the same time, there are other persons, instead of legal vacation, lawyers want to go on leave. They deserve it. But in the Hanan case, a lawyer will be available to hear the matter.
Have they said so?
Oh, yes. That matter will continue.
We know this for a fact.
Oh, yes, it's a statement of fact.
When is the next court date?
In fact, his lawyer, Godfred, has complained about why the need for the special dispensation to be made for that matter to be tried at this time of legal vacation.
So sometimes when you are saying some of these things, you are a lawyer. I don't want to even spend time to address some of the things you are saying.
No, allow. I was here.
Yeah, you're taking notes, are you?
Yes.
Okay.
So continue taking notes. It's worrying.
So you see some, in very simple terms, for people watching us, you see some favoritism in court data or what?
I don't have to say it because it's right. Is it not the same Attorney General who, when he took over as Attorney General?
But what could he have done? He filed for stay of execution. The court has to grant it. The court said that he didn't reach...
What stopped the Attorney General from ensuring that the documents or the evidence that was presented by the prosecution was made available to the Court of Appeal?
That's one. But we're where we are now, where court is granted.
If you demonstrate that you lack the commitment, people will question your decisions. And he has demonstrated that. Because the same Attorney General who, upon taking office, decided that every single NDC person who was before the court, either a nollie prosecution was filed or the matter was discontinued entirely. The person was free.
Are you not concerned about the start of this particular case, particulars that were gathered, evidence that were gathered for us to even get here? Are you not concerned about it at all? About the job of prosecutors from day one? Because that's
I do not even want to get into that conversation because the Attorney General, the document presented, or the statement of the Attorney General, he is of the view that documents that were supposed to be before the Court of Appeal judge was not.
Okay.
So if you decide to question the initial job, then you are suggesting that, well, everything was available to the Court of Appeal.
I ask this question because if you listen to lawyers like Honorable here say that if you look at...
Don't worry, Ayeni disagrees with him.
Okay. Then you wrap up on the point, so let me go to
Dr. Ayeni disagrees with the position he is espousing. And you see, we should not... let me say this before I even wrap up. I am not excited to see anybody in prison. Because if you go to our prisons and you see the situation there, honestly, you do not wish to see even your worst enemy in prison. But of course, we have a judicial system, we have a legal system that is to ensure that people who have done wrong must be punished. In punishing such persons, we must not have a special law for people who are members of the NDC and those who are non-members of the NDC.
How are we arriving at this point?
Oh, yes, we are doing so because take a tall list of every single NDC person who was before the court. Because if we say that we are fighting corruption, people have been accused of corruption. The people were before the court And not a single one, not one, was spared. Every one of them was told to go and sit home. You know what? I sat on television and predicted that Sedina would not spend 6 months in jail.
You did your prediction?
Oh, I did.
Hey, I'm a Bejiloto number. Let me go to Vicky because of my time. Okay.
I said that. She will not spend 6 months. And now I'm vindicated. You know what? I am not a prophet. But
you can put two and two together.
But knowing how the NDC operates, it was safe for me to come to that conclusion that that is what was going to happen. And indeed, it has come to pass.
All right, Vicky. Well, he says he's not a prophet, but he's doing the job of a prophet this morning.
Well, yeah, understandably, there's been a lot of, I don't even know how to describe it, about this case. A lot of hula baloo about it. I can understand the sentiment of Ghanaians, that they found the judgment troubling. Because most people are no lawyers. Because the fact is that she absconded left Ghana during her trial, stayed outside for a few years, and then it cost the country a lot of money to bring her back. She was extradited at great cost to the state. And then now she's had her conviction overturned. And I think the cars are still rotting away somewhere. I don't know what happened to the cars, actually, but I believe they're still rotting away somewhere. And the lack of accountability and the level of waste is astounding. And it's not the first time something like this has happened. And as a country, we still had to pay for these cars. So I can understand the public sentiments, but we have to separate the public outcry or sentiments with her conduct from the legal question of whether the prosecution proved the offenses beyond reasonable doubt, which is a heavy burden, as Lom explained earlier, for the prosecution to discharge. At the end of the day, she was not acquitted just on a technicality. It was a unanimous decision. And the Court of Appeal found serious problems with the case, some of which have been already outlined here. If you take just a couple of examples, the 500,000 CD loan, there was a disputed signature. It was a critical document, and it was not properly authenticated. There are some basic things that could have been done. According to the Obatampa chairman, there were some WhatsApp messages that led to the meeting about Bachuna for the bag of money to be handed over to her, allegedly. So where are the messages? Where are they? Why aren't we looking for evidence to back up the prosecution case? And on the Obatampa, you borrowed money, so definitely you have to pay for the money. If someone is asking you to bring cash to a station, if you when they have given you the money via a check, is that something that a serious chairman of any company or organization guarding people's money will do? I find that shocking.
If the company that borrowed or lent, the company that lent me the money says that, you say the interest rate on that amount of money is too high, so you do not want to take the loan anymore, and then the boss of that company says, then return it, but you should return it in cash.
Yeah, so take it to the office. So take the cash to the office. Why are you meeting one person? It's your responsibility to discharge your debt, right? Because until you return it, it's still a loan. And somebody is a public institution, so somebody somewhere definitely will come and ask you to pay back the money. So if it's you or I mean, and you know that someone has lent you money and they want their money back in cash, you carry it to the office and you get a receipt from the office, which you have as your evidence. If this had been done, all this he said, she said, would not have occurred.
So the signature on the photocopied receipt, could it not be authenticated? Are there no mechanisms in Ghana?
Of course it can be. Forensic, you can get handwriting experts.
So she can't vouch for the signature.
I mean,
it looks like her signature.
Which in itself is troubling. Because you say, no way, I've never seen this document in my life. I mean, Or, I mean, you were the CEO of a serious state institution. So at the very minimum, you should be able to know whether you wrote a letter or you didn't, especially one for which you've been prosecuted and indicted, and you've been extradited from where you are to come. It's a serious offense. You know, and also investigators relied on what regional directors are telling them. And no one was called to testify. Exactly. I mean, you know, and somebody said, oh, the Katamanto funds were used for their intended purpose, and that was the end of that. You know, and then some of the charges did not properly identify the willful conduct. You know, in a criminal prosecution, there's what we call the actus reus, the act. The fact that it's happened, and then the mens rea, which is the mental, your state of mind, whether you intended to do it or you recklessly did the act. And so when they say willful, when you use the word willful in law, it goes to a state of mind. Yeah. And according to the Court of Appeal, that was not proved. So that was another problem. You know, so there were issues. I mean, there were serious issues. So, and it's important, all these findings go to the presumption of innocence and the burden of proof. These are the two things. And this burden rests squarely on the shoulders of the prosecution. Exactly. They must discharge that burden beyond reasonable doubt in every single criminal prosecution. And it's important that a judge who is sitting on a matter like this does not inadvertently end up supplementing or complementing the prosecution's deficiencies, you know, unintentionally. It's very important. And I don't know whether I'm not saying that has happened in this case in the High Court. I'm just saying, as a general rule, it's important. So these are the things that the Court of Appeal was trying to safeguard against, you know. And yes, she absconded, and everybody is upset about that. But the fact that she absconded cannot transform a weak prosecution into a proof of corruption. Yes, you understand? Because one alleged wrong cannot be used as proof of another one. Yeah. You know, so based on all this and the reasoning that the Court of Appeal set out, I can understand it in parts, but it is a fact also that it's a setback for our fight against anti-corruption. Okay. Our fight against corruption, rather. You know, it is. Because who is going to pay for, I mean, somebody somewhere has to account for these things. And if the Court of Appeal is right, when the Supreme Court comes back, if they say that the Court of Appeal is right, then the setback occurred in the investigation, the drafting of the charges, and the conduct of the prosecution itself, not in the court's refusal to uphold an unsafe, what it deemed to be an unsafe conviction, you see. So for me, we also have to remember that due process is not the enemy of anti-corruption. You know, there's a constitution. It is not the enemy of anti-corruption. There's a constitution, and that constitution rightfully protects our rights, because depriving someone of their liberty is a very serious matter, especially in the conditions that we have in our prisons in this country. So we should not put ourselves in a position where we are essentially choosing between fighting corruption and protecting fair trial rights. We shouldn't put ourselves in that position. We need our prosecutors to conduct competent investigations, properly draft charges, which they bring against citizens of this country, and they have to have evidence that is admissible in court, and convictions that are capable of surviving appeal or even surviving scrutiny outside this country. Sure. Because when we go outside, I mean, the standard of the drafting, the prosecutions that we take up, they don't withstand the scrutiny outside. And now they are not even withstanding the scrutiny here either. You know, so we need to, it's something for us to really think about and improve the quality of our prosecutions. Okay. And yeah, I mean, let's hope that the Supreme Court determines this case expeditiously. And until then, we shouldn't... Do you think the Attorney General will have his day in the Supreme Court? I think it will be difficult, but if he does not, if he does not succeed, there's always the civil angle open, because someone has to bring those things back. Someone has to bring those things back. I have
I managed to bribe my producer to give me some few minutes. So I have the burden of sharing about 5 minutes among 4 people. Do the math for me. 1 minute, 3 seconds.
Emefa,
Let me hear you respond.
As a slot.
I like to owe people, don't worry.
No. But this one.
You can send a debt collector, but please respond here.
Okay, let me start by. I'll start with the first issue you raised when you were throwing the question to Lom about the fact that you talked about the 78 charges. You were like, hey, all 78 charges, none of them going through, and all those things.
I'm just a lame person.
Yes. So that's what I'm coming to explain. See, sometimes when the charges are brought to court, some of the charges hinge on others. They sit on others.
Okay.
So sometimes if you get one charge wrong, it can even do away with 10, 15 charges because the others are built on that one.
Okay.
So you understand? So the fact this choice was not like
they all fall.
So sometimes once the foundation falls, you can have 20, 30 charges falling with it.
All collapse.
You understand? So that explains it.
Okay.
And now I can see if you try hard to now prepare the minds of Ghanaians on what we should expect at the Supreme Court. By the age, I'll come to it.
You want me to prophesy?
And Fifi started by misinforming the public on 2 issues.
Okay.
The first issue, he talked about the records at the court. That some of the records were missing. That is fair. That is in the list.
So where's the misinformation?
Fifi, I'm coming to you. You talk about the missing records. Now, let me tell you about, you understand, that's why I said, when you were talking, that's why I said that you are a lawyer, so you understand some of these processes. The records on appeal, when you go on appeal, the records are not brought there by the Attorney General. Rom should bear me out. The Attorney General does not have hand in who files the record, who submits the record. It is the registrar of the court who does it.
Okay, that's some good education.
You understand? Who does it? So if 1 or 2 records are missing, you don't go pointing accusing fingers at the AG for why this is not there and why this is there. And look, anytime you are filing, you are putting together the records for appeal, what you do is that you have a reconciliation meeting.
Yes.
Both parties have to come together and then you tick the boxes. Is this present? Is this available? You understand? So each party comes with this list and you make sure everything is there.
Why didn't they do that? Did they do that? Do we know?
It has to be it's a requirement. It cannot be missing. It's a requirement.
So we take it that this
it's a mandatory requirement. If it is not that, you can't even transmit it to the court. It is a mandatory requirement. Okay. Secondly on that, there was an application for rectification. In fact, go and check. There was an application when they realized that some records were missing. There was an application for rectification, and those records were brought back. So everything, what formed the basis of this judgment was the whole gamut of the records that were supposed to be there. Now, the second misinformation he churned out was to do with legal vacation issue. And he likened it to Hanan's case.
Yeah.
And that's why I said, if you are a lawyer, you know, the thing that legal vacation does is that it does not allow for the initiation of fresh proceedings. Usually when you come with a fresh, so if you are going to start something afresh, legal vacation will kind of constrain you because it is assumed that courts are on vacation. If there's that window that you can wait till the court get back, they won't allow. So when you are filing fresh cases, if I have a case with you,
but Hanan's case, they are not going to file fresh cases.
No, I'm coming to you. So that's why Hanan's case can proceed.
Okay.
Because it's an ongoing one. This one, the AG will want to file a fresh appeal. That is a fresh case. Legal vacations, they usually don't entertain fresh matters.
Okay.
There is a bit constrained. You understand? So if you are saying that Hanan's case is going on and this one is not going on, it's just because whatever the Attorney General will do is he's not starting a fresh action. You understand? Which has to be constrained a bit. Now, Vic did a very good job for me. Look,
for you.
If you look at almost all the things they allege against the woman, in fact, everything was turned upside down. Look, on the issue of the countermand fire this, it was your own witness, Stephen Amon, former CEO, said the funds were used for the intended purposes. If you look at the signature thing that Madam talked about, how on earth can you have brought this letter? That letter that came, you had 2 witnesses coming from MASLOC. You are saying that letter is from MASLOC. These 2 witnesses were asked whether they have ever seen the letter. They said no. The only person who spoke to the letter was the Obatampa man. Now the Obatampa man now comes back to say that this is the letter I have, but I don't have the original. I have the photocopy. If MASLOC is issuing a letter to you, Obatampa, that this is a letter, You are supposed to have the original letter. If you are coming to court with photocopy, the law is very strict on photocopy. It has to be authenticated. There was no authentication there. And your people, the people who even came from that institution, MASLOC, 2 witnesses, none of them could confirm that they know this letter. You understand? Okay. Now, you called other witnesses. You called other witnesses to testify. The issue of the regional directors. You said sensitization programs. She took money. No sensitization program was done. And you know the evidence they brought in? The evidence that was brought in was evidence from Yoko officers. And Yoko officers did not do MASLOC sensitization. They didn't do those activities. It was MASLOC officers who did the sensitization. And they have regional directors. What prevented you as prosecution from calling the regional director from those relevant regions to come and confirm whether indeed those programs were done or not? You are relying on evidence by Yoko officers who only ask questions.
I give you this time because, to be fair,
and so that's why the court said that that evidence amounted to hearsay. Okay. And in law, hearsay evidence is generally inadmissible. Generally.
Well, my time is so up.
Yes, we didn't even talk about retrial and acquittal.
No, the time is up.
I'm not coming to this. I want to just introduce
one second, but she says something. She says something
completely different. What?
She says something in relation to me, and it's only fair that you.
No. Why?
It's only fair that you allow me to respond.
Oh no, my time is up. Actually,
just 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. Okay. You're talking about the fact that, well, not the responsibility of the Attorney General to ensure that the records are presented to the appellate court. Agreed. But he also sat here and admitted that the Attorney General had a duty to ensure at the reconciliation meeting that all documents were present before the trial judge, before the matter.
And there was an application for rectification.
Did that happen?
It was ruled upon.
Did that happen?
It was.
Did that happen?
It was ruled upon.
The matter still remains.
To be fair to the other panelists,
the document wasn't available.
I think the viewers
and he had a duty to ensure that
what did you have to say?
The bit about legal vacation.
As for that one, dear.
Oh, see.
Legal vacation. The background, Rebecca wants some money.
There's an emerging issue about the kind of scores and results that came out from private schools compared to public schools. I think it's something that we really need to look into because. I mean, it's crazy. Even my good friend Ross has been talking a lot about this. We need to deal with
that. The public schools were better than the private schools.
It's not that they are better. The kind of results that are coming out of the private schools for BEC as compared to public schools, it seems there's something wrong.
Okay.
Yes, because we know the quality of public schools and private schools. So at least we should see some. It doesn't mean that if you're a public school, you will not do well, or if you're a private school, you don't do well. But here, exactly. But this is what is happening.
When we engage on CAPI, we would ask whether they've seen that anyway. But thank you so much. The time was definitely not enough for the kind of topic that we introduced today. But the AM News Review is sponsored by Syntax Spice, Pegasus Publishing, and Awake Purified Drinking Water. Thank you so much, Lom. Thank you so much, Vicky. Thank you so much, Fifi. Thank you so much, Honorable. All right, please stay. We had a great conversation with Paula Foko, and we're bringing that to you now.
Our democracy is in danger if our party is weakened any further. I didn't even get a daughter to desert as a contract. One and only time I commented, I started getting attacked. So just keep quiet. I am the clear-cut example of factionalism gone mad. I've experienced this party up close hand. I have delivered a resounding victory.
You won the election for them before you left in 2015.
Under my leadership, yes. That's my 3R agenda. I came up with a program called the NPP.
wanu buada kafi o wa totro o adoyia aja gomacho afisinala. Balala na mama dina sesi esia yi ano agbe le tome fafa yi yo ma amadaka ma le nkulam de enwu o
Good conduct, great life is brought to you by Indomie. Tastes great.
More Kivo inside. Kivo Gari Soaking Mix, a taste of Ghana.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Through every stage of life, some things simply stay with us. The spirit of never giving up. A throwback to a bygone era. Love was service. The silent statement of love. A thoughtful gesture that deepens bonds, balancing work and life. Every drop refreshes, every sip hydrates, just as it should. I am awake, one for life. Drink water, drink awake. Supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert is FDA.
Missed passes? Bad referee decisions? Don't let your child's grade suffer a bad match. Ensure a straight win this academic season with curriculum-aligned textbooks and interactive tools from Pegasus Publishing. From preschool to senior high school, we have the exact game plan your kids need to ace their classes. And because it's World Cup season, you get a massive 20% off every single book. Don't drop points. Call 059-50-10175 or dash to Pegasus Publishing in Accra, Newtown, right opposite the Total Energy Station. Free delivery within Accra when you call. Pegasus Publishing, shaping minds, winning futures.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News. Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News. Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. And before we bring you that interview with Paul Afoko, let's talk about Give Thyself Wholly. Remember, or some weeks ago, I had a conversation with Archbishop Eddie Fabe in his ceremonial Archbishop Lighthouse Chapel. Good to have you back in studio.
It's a blessing to be back
and
again.
I'm glad that you honored the invitation because I recall that I said, getting to the time, it'll be nice to have you back.
That's it.
So I'm happy to have you back. For those who didn't, follow the first interview, tell me once again what the Give Thyself Holy conference is about.
So the Give Thyself Holy conference is an annual conference with Bishop Dagwood Mills. It's a conference mainly for church leaders, pastors, people who are desiring to see growth in their ministries and all that. But of course, if you're a Christian, you want to also grow spiritually, it's a conference for you. And especially for those who are not even sure whether they are called into ministry or not. When you come, you will receive answers.
Okay.
As to whether you are called or not.
But so why not give thy ministry holy and it is give thyself? Why that theme? Why that name?
Yes, because you are the ministry. I mean, when you give yourself, you have actually given everything. You can give your money, you can give some other things, and it will not have a certain impact. But when you give yourself fully to what you're doing, then the Bible says in 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 15, your profiting will appear to everybody. Yes.
It matters who will be speaking at this conference.
Yes.
I like to think people will travel from far and near to want to genuinely give themselves wholly.
Yes.
So who will be speaking apart from the obvious speaker?
That's
I know.
Yes.
Last time when you came, you promised that you're going to give me the speakers when you come again.
Yes.
And today I get to hear them.
So now, yes, you get to see them. So I guess it's on the screen.
Of course it is.
We have Bishop Dagwood Mills, the main speaker for the conference, but we have some guest speakers who are also coming in from Bolivia. Apostle Edgar Attionu is coming. Dr. Paul Enenche was here 2 years ago.
Okay.
It was awesome. We had a blessed time with him. And then also we're having Pastor George Ladisma from Argentina, and then Pastor Konghi from Singapore.
This is a
He was
global
also
one.
here last year with Benny Hinn, and that was something else.
I see. That's like very rich list of speakers that
That's
are coming,
right.
very global.
Yes.
Well, is it only for pastors or anybody watching me at all? Because I know it's to help grow people's ministry, but is it for only pastors?
Yes, anybody watching at all is invited to be at this conference, and especially for people who really want to grow in the Lord. And I said earlier on that Bishop Dag always says that many are called, but few are chosen. So you are more called than not called, if you look at it from that sense. So this is the time to come and make sure of your calling as you come and hear all these ministers and the word that will be coming. You will receive answers to all the questions on your mind. If you're just coming as an ordinary member, that is the blessing that you're also going to receive.
I mean, beyond receiving answers to the many questions that you have on your mind, the Give Thyself Holy Conference, if somebody just taps me, if I was asleep and somebody taps me and then they ask me, what's so different about this particular conference? To many conferences out there seeking to do nearly the same thing.
Yeah.
But for this particular one, what makes it very unique and different?
Well, this one is different because, first of all, you're receiving deep, intense biblical teachings of the Word of God, down to earth. Teachings that you can apply to your ministry, to your church, whatever you're doing. Because these are things that have been tried, tested, it's been applied over the years. We have many testimonies backing them. And so you can also apply it, unlike other conferences that you may attend. And there's a whole lot of shouting and, you are inspired and that's where it ends. But this takes you further, helps you to how to practically grow your church, build your ministry, walk in the will of God for your life and what God will have you to do as a pastor. So this is what is different with Give Thyself Holy Conference. And I must say, over the years, all the pastors who have attended, the testimonies are amazing. You hear of people whose churches were just a few people grown into thousands of people in their churches because they apply the same principles which these seasoned men of God have applied. And especially Bishop Dag Mills, we can see over 4,000 churches all over the world. And many pastors also who have been raised up.
Two things. For the church in itself, if the church decides to want to look back, how can we measure the impact? And for you personally, the impact of the Give Thyself Holy Conference. I recall in our earlier conversation, you drew our attention to the fact that it started under a different name.
That's
before
right.
At some point, it changed to the Give Thyself Holy Conference.
Yes.
The impact of it, your personal experience and the church experience itself.
Yeah. Well, personal experience, I have grown in my understanding of ministry and the work of God because the strength with which I'm doing the work of God now is different. All because of what I've heard. And the Bible says faith comes by hearing. So the more I've heard, it's really impacted my life, my church. And maybe I should say, the last time I was here, I was not an archbishop. So maybe. But yes, that's it. And we hear of the many testimonies, like I said, from the different churches that have attended. And also, the way the attendance keep growing.
Yeah.
You see more people coming. What it just means is that word is going out to everybody that, listen, this is a conference you have to attend. And it's amazing also when you come up there to the mountains, Mampong, Ikape Mampong. That's a serene atmosphere to hear from God. God speaks to you. By the time you're leaving, you receive a word from the Lord as to what to do.
Let me make Bishop's work very easy. So this is how you can commute to the place. We're putting the flyer up quickly for you because it's quite detailed. So the pickup points to Mampong will be operating days Tuesday, 4th August to Friday, 7th of August. And it's from 9 a.m. That's the time that the bus, the departure of the bus.
That is for Tuesday.
For Tuesday,
Yes.
Is there any departure date before Tuesday?
No, but for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the times will be 6
a.m., 8 a.m., and 10 a.m. Pickup points will be Spinkters Road, Kogas, Accra Mall Bus Stop, Medina Zongo Junction, Adenta Barrier, Dawenya, Afienya, Star Oil Filling Station, La Paz, Medina, Trotro Station. Santa Maria will be at last stop. Ofanko Akosua will be Lighthouse Cathedral. Nyenyano will be Lighthouse Cathedral. And some will be Mobile Bus Stop. Ofanko Barrier as well, Colegon or Cathedral, Kotobabi Lighthouse Cathedral, East Legon Hills, Macarius City Church Cathedral, Nanakrom, and the Kadesh at North Kaneshie and Amarhia Goyle Station. But if you didn't catch it, please take the numbers on your screen, 054-6397-644, 054-6397-644. Archbishop, I'll take your final words.
I'm sure
and
you can take
invitation.
a screenshot as well.
Absolutely.
So that you can always refer to it.
Okay, I'll just give you a few seconds to give your final words.
Yes, so once again, this is the week we've been waiting for. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, and we are here now again because tomorrow the Give Thyself Holy Conference is taking off with Bishop Dag Heward-Mills. It's going to be an awesome time. I'm inviting everyone, especially church leaders, pastors, bishops, anybody desiring to grow in the Lord and to do well in ministry. This is the conference for you. We have many exciting guest speakers coming in. We've already mentioned them. Make sure that you're there. And if you want to join in every day from Accra, there are points you can join the buses and be a part of the conference. It's going to be awesome from tomorrow to Friday. We're looking forward to seeing you. Make sure that you're there.
Thank you so much for the special invitation. Please have a good one today. In our big story this morning, we sit down with Paul Afoko, former national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, who is seeking a return to the party's top leadership. We discuss his comeback bid, the future of the NPP, and more. By the time you're done with this interview, you may not be seeing me, but thank you so much for staying with us. I'll see you at 12 for the midday bulletin. But enjoy this conversation with Kojo Brace.
Good day to you. Welcome to Joy News. Now, on the 19th of September 2026, the New Patriotic Party will get into an exercise with one ambition: to elect its next set of executives to steer the affairs of the party. And of course, they are doing that with a goal. The goal is to annex power in 2028. Who will be the party's chairman? Several of them have put themselves up. We've seen some old faces and some new faces. Today, we sit down with an old face, one that is coming in with experience, one who is promising to unite the party. But what at all is his motivating factor here? Today, I sit down with the man, Paul, and the middle name is Awentami. I love that one, Paul Afoko, but that middle name.
The middle name is actually Awentami.
Awentami, eh?
God is my guardian.
Oh, I love that name.
Awentami.
I didn't understand it, but I just loved the Awentami.
Yes, Awentami, Paul Afoko. So Paul is actually my middle name.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So he's Awentami Paul Afoko.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
And people just go for the Paul Afoko.
It's simple.
Yeah.
Okay. I love local names. That's why I get used to that one. But your office is beautiful, filled with a lot of colorful painting. I'm not a painting person, but today I want to learn something from you. Why do you love painting, and what's the meaning of this?
As for art, you appreciate it the way you see it.
Okay.
It works differently for everybody.
Okay.
I got introduced to this by a senior of mine when I was in secondary school. He's established the Asafo Gallery in Ghana, also in England, in America, and also in St. Croix. And so he's internationally really a well-learned curator.
Okay.
And I walked into his art gallery one day and I looked at some paintings. I said, I like that one. It looks nice. He asked me, what does it say to you? And so I gave my interpretation. And he said, well, everybody sees it with their own eye.
Okay.
And you can interpret it anyway, because I can see so many things in here. I leave it to you to take your time and look at it and speak, maybe after this. And so that's how I started my journey of collecting art. I have quite a collection,
I can see that here.
I have collected, this is just little. And even outside in the corridors, downstairs in the reception, if you go to my house, lots more. If you go to my house in Sandema, even more. If you go to the Kempinski, a lot more. So I love art. I love art.
That's why Kempinski is the way it is. Yeah? The arts there are inspired by someone who really understands and loves art.
Fortunately, my other partner in the hotel, he was also introduced to art by the same curator, but through me.
Okay.
And so he collects as well, and we collect
together.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant there. But I want us to start today's interaction with the latest news that we've all had. You're running to lead a political party. The Supreme Court today says all political parties must allow all registered members of those parties to take part in electing leaders or taking part in internal elections. What do you make of that particular ruling?
I have been aware of this case, except I haven't paid in detail attention to it. And so once this ruling came out, I thought, oh wow, this in the right direction. It deepens democracy in the country. But the jury is still out. We wait to see how it's implemented. But the one thing I think it would help is to empower every member of a political party who is in good standing. If you are in good standing or of good standing, and your party is going to go through the process of electing people who would implement the party's ideals, principles, for which you, the member, has signed up, then it's only proper that you have a voice.
Yeah.
I think it's the right thing.
So will you suggest that parties implement it as soon as practicable?
Yeah, that's the word, as soon as practicable. And it depends on what the Supreme Court is saying. If the Supreme Court says with immediate effect, then we have to obey.
Okay.
But practicable, yes. Only sometimes practicable can take 2-3 elections.
If you win and become the chairman of the MPP, what will be your direction in relation to this ruling?
Well, once it's a ruling and it's from the Supreme Court, it hasn't been challenged or reviewed, and we have to implement it, we will implement it. Because for me, I stand for democracy, deepening democracy.
Okay, now for people who may probably know the name Paul Afoko, you've been a bit quiet for some time now, but who is Paul Afoko beyond politics?
Beyond politics? How do I describe myself beyond politics? The normal everyday fare. I am a happily married man, got children, biological children, and children I've adopted, and my family, the immediate ones, are grown up and finished uni, married. But I actually come from Sandema in the Upper East region, and I'm a Bulsa.
Okay.
You people down south call us Kanjaga.
Kanjaga.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's a mistake.
Okay.
Because I won't see somebody from Cape Coast and call them Cape Coast. I'll call them Fanti. So we are Bulsas. Kanjaga is a town. And I come from the royal family of Sandema, the Ayeta family. And for historians who are abreast with my family and our family history, it's my family that led the fight against the slave raiders coming from the Sahel area, Samori, Babatu, and others. And we fought them, defeated them. And so if you've heard of the Fiok Festival, which we do every year in December, it marks the victory over the slave raiders. We rid the northern part of Ghana of those slave raiders coming down there. And in the process, from our folklore, a lot of the princes of the family fell in those battles because we lead in war. We don't sit at home and send people to go and die. We lead. And so from my background, that is who I am. And sometimes I feel that when I say I abhor injustices and I stand to fight against them, as in my younger years when I stood up against the PNDC coup and got thrown into prison, when I look back and reflect, I think it's to do with my DNA. It's to do with my DNA. It's in the family. We'll fight it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And
that's who you are.
Yes, in a nutshell, that's who I am. I've told you, family, children grown up.
Well, when you were coming, I was like, what a man. So no doubt that you will fight against injustice. But you've been here before. You've been the chairman of the MPP before.
Yes.
All of us who are watchers of the political space know what went on, how it happened. After all of that, what is motivating you to still say, I want to contest again to lead this party as its chairman?
My motivation is actually not one single thing. First, I look at the state of the party today. That was the first thing that triggered me to react. Because after all these years of just not being active in the party, just staying in the background and working quietly, seeing that from the time I left the party, having prepared the party for a general election, and seeing that what I bequeathed, even though it's not me, it was teamwork, the whole party was involved. I cannot claim to have a magic wand. The party ended up with 169 seats. And at that time, it was unprecedented. And we had a presidential majority of over 1 million votes. And all of that started to go. We dropped from 169 to 137. And in fact, in terms of managing our internal elections, I managed it in such a way that even though we had over 30 sitting MPs who lost the primaries, none of them went independent. None of them went to court. They all accepted the results because they accepted that the way I had conducted it was fair and clear. So they felt able to continue to work for the party through the general election. But this time, our first election after I had left, our first election once we were in government, when we had everything at our disposal, state power, everything at our disposal, we dropped from 169 to 137. And we were saved by Formina. The very MP we went to his constituency and declared that he was a stranger to the party and that he was out of the party. And we campaigned specifically against him because Formina is our stronghold. We didn't need to campaign against the NDC. We're campaigning against our own. And he went ahead to win the elections. He came to Parliament and said, spiritually, he's MPP. And so he caucused with us and gave us the 138 over the NDC's 137. And I felt really bad about it, but I thought, we will learn the lessons, we will regroup, and we will lift the party up. And then the next elections, 87, in fact 88. And then this whole thing came up about that seat, and we dropped to 87. That was a catalyst. That was what told me, it's not all right here for us as a party. So I should, and I started to talk to friends and colleagues and political journey fellows. And we all agreed that we had diagnosed the problem. And the problem was the lack of unity in the party. Lack of unity. I always give this example of Yendi. Yendi, which is our stronghold in Dabong. It's like Bantama in Kumasi. And we've lost it. And why did we lose it? Lack of unity. Lack of unity. So that informed my decision. And then again, I thought, if, as I said...
Is that lack of unity there is as a result of the national chairman or the constituency itself?
All the way down.
Okay.
Factionalism. You see, factionalism gone mad. You have factions. You have schools of thought. That's how I would want to describe it. You have schools of thought within a party which says, we would want to go this way in order to achieve our overall goal. Another school of thought says, no, let's go this way to achieve our overall goal. But we work within a certain structure, and that structure is the party. But once we begin to then turn that school of thought or factionalism into destruction of each other, then we have actually given away the first rule of power. If you seek power, it's like this game of tug of war. You don't go doing tug of war and disliking the person in front of you because this person, and so I will hold it loosely, let him pull. And then the person too ahead of you, you also say, oh, this man, and then you don't pull. And if the other side is concerted and pulling, they'll pull you away. And so tug of war, I see it in this instance to be the party trying to pull power to the party. And if you want to pull power to the party, you don't begin by making sure that the unity that the team needs to have, and in order to pull strong on the rope, that unity is lacking, power won't come. If the other side is pulling, united, in unison, they'll beat you. Then the second reason that brought me was, I thought our democracy is in danger if our party is weakened any further. Our democracy will be in danger. Because if our party does not stop the rot and begin the process of reclaiming lost ground and coming back to power, we'll just go down. And today, in fact, when I did the press conference to announce my intention, a journalist asked me a question. Initially, I felt, how dare you ask me this? And in this manner. That's what I felt. But of course, I couldn't say it. He said, these days, your party t-shirt, it's only truck pushers who wear it. We don't see the young people who are like vibrant in politics and all that. We don't see them proudly wearing your t-shirt anymore. What do you attribute it to? You know, for me, that was another wake-up call. And to be honest with you, I felt our party, if our party is further weakened, our democracy will be destabilized because it becomes lopsided. One party dominant with over 2/3 majority in parliament and therefore can do whatever they want with that majority, and the other party weakened. Those were the reasons that said, no, I will put myself forward and I'll plead with my party people and say, look, this is the situation we are in. Let's come back together. If you want an example of somebody who has suffered from this factionalism, severely suffered, then I am the example. But at the same time, I have decided that it's time for us to recalibrate our thinking and come back together, because power has no time for emotions.
So you blame what happened to you on factionalism?
Oh yes, of course. It was the disunity. It was the factionalism. So it's a disunity.
That you belong to one faction and some people belong to one faction?
Yes, for me.
What happened?
Well, that is what I thought at the time, and then subsequently, as we went forward, it got proven.
There was factionalism?
There is. Let's accept it. Even in the one-party state in China, they have factions. Remember Bo Yibo in China, Xi Jinping, Bo Yibo? They have factions. So we can't run away from that. But the cardinal rule for them is that they work together. They work together.
Now, so are you coming back out of hate, or you are coming back out of a genuine love for your party?
If I was coming back, if it was hurt, then I won't even come back.
Okay.
You see, if I the pain I felt when it happened in 2015, that pain endured for about a year or so, a little bit more than a year. But it's gone. It has been replaced by deep concern for the party, deep concern for our democracy, and for the party itself. That is what is driving me. Hurt, if it's hurt, I would stay away, nurse my wounds, but there's no more hurt. It's gone. It's gone. I seek to unite the party, so I speak to everybody in the party, no matter who you are, no matter what your position was vis-a-vis my chairmanship at the time. I reach out. And I want all of them to know that this is the time for us to put aside any differences. I've been around the country already. I've done 2 tours, and I went, because I'd been away for that long, 11 years, 2015 years, 11 years. I went around the country to introduce myself to the party again, not to campaign. And so what I did was I went and spoke to regional leadership. So I talked to the regional executives, regional council of elders, and also to the patrons, every region. I did the same at the national level. I spoke to His Excellency Bawumia first, then I went to President Akufo-Addo, then I went to President Kufo. I spoke to the national executive. Fortunately, they invited me to a meeting they were holding, so I went and I spoke to them and told them what I felt and what I intended to do when they opened the premise. I spoke to our National Council of Elders as well. So I introduced myself back into the system. And in going round the regions, I heard people, pain. But I also heard hope. And that actually motivated me. If I had gone around and heard only negative things, I think I would have had to take stock of what I'm doing and talk to my friends and colleagues and others as well, and well-wishers of this party, to say, look, this is what I see. I've met only despair, and this will be too much of a daunting task. But I had all the pain, and I had hope as well. And whenever I said to them, stop saying when these people were chopping, they ignored us and all that, please put that behind you. Look at me. I also didn't get anything. I didn't even get as I told them, a gutter to clean or to desilt as a contract. I didn't get, but still, just look at me and look at all the things that have happened. I have set it all aside. And once I've set it aside, please look at me and accept that we can come back together and pull our party out of the situation in which it is. And then I get the reaction. That's where I measured the hope. That people still had hope. And with hope, they will be ready to put in a lot more energy for us to bring our party back.
But is this disunity you speak about as a result of individuals not willing to abide by the rules governing the party, or the doing of leadership?
As I said earlier, it runs all the way down. All the way down, from leadership at national level down to the polling station level. On Kayaho, that statement, on Kayaho, he's not one of us. That encapsulates everything about the disunity and the division. He's not one of us. But the person is MPP. There are MPP members as we speak today, sitting in Elubu, and some sitting in Boko, in Garu. They don't know each other, but they're working towards the same goal for the party. So how can you say he's not one of us? On Kayaho, we are one. That is what I'm trying to preach to the party. We are one. No matter what, we are one.
Today you talk about what happened in 2015. How then would you describe your relationship? But before, did you ever call Akufo-Addo within that time? Former President Akufo-Addo, from 2015 up until the time you said the pain was still there?
Call him? No, I'm being honest here, no. But we have met in public social events and the usual courtesies. Greet, shake hands. I mean, the first time we met was at President Kufuor's birthday party. Yes, and I went to him because I came late and they were all seated. So I went to the high table, I shook hands, I got to the president, I greeted him, he was president at the time, and he said, "Hey, Chairman, long time." I said, "Yes, sir, but for me it's not been a long time because I see you every day on TV and all that, and in the newspapers, so it hasn't been a long time." And he laughed. And so he's been meeting at social events.
Okay.
But not calling him or sitting down to talk to him. I felt it was best to just stay in the background. The one and only time I actually even commented, because I'm anticipating that you will say for those years I was silent. The one and only time I commented was when I was called by a radio station, and they were asking me about the performance of the government after 100 days. And they said, don't you think that the president, the government has failed? And I told them, no, the government hasn't failed. And after explaining all these things about how it is difficult to even have a government fully formed, down to even MMDCs and others in just 3 months and 10 days, I started getting attacked. People were calling in to say, Afoko, is running the government down, he's saying the government has failed. And I listened to it carefully. Unfortunately, I had recorded the interview. So I played it to a few senior members of the party who called me to say, why are you attacking the government? And I went and played it to them. And they said, you are helping the government and they are saying all these things? And from that point I said, if you do, you are damned. If you don't, you are damned. So just keep quiet and quietly work in the background with those who will not see you as coming to undermine anything. That is what also informed my silence.
Okay.
On top of which I felt the government didn't need any distractions from internally within the party. And so I had to keep quiet and
But what's your relationship now?
My relationship, as I said with you, is cordial. It's okay. We have met again on social events since President Akufo-Addo handed over. We've met. The first time we met was on the flight. We were going for the Mamponhine's funeral, and we spoke even before the plane took off. And we said he was going out of the country, and when he came back, we should meet. But I told him I also had to go to my farm in the north. I'm a rice farmer.
Okay.
So I said I had to go to the farm, and just as well, when he comes back, I would hopefully have also gone far with the farm, and I could leave it and come back, and we meet up. So, and if you care to know, his office is just down the road from here, walking distance.
Okay.
Last time I went to see him, I just walked across.
And went there?
And went there and met him.
Okay. Now, many people talk about unity, and you've even alluded to that earlier, that what is challenging the party now is disunity, right?
Yes.
So what have you done yourself in your political journey that brings you across as a unifier?
Well, I am the clear-cut example of factionalism gone mad. Disunity gone mad. I'm the clear-cut example. You alluded to what happened in 2015. And as we speak today, everybody who has a fair mind in the party knows that all the things I was accused of were not true. It was just factionalism gone mad. Onkayeho is not with us.
Is that what really happened?
But for me, it was not that.
Okay.
It was me fighting for the party to come to power. And when you are fighting for the party to come to power, there are things you do that power requires. And in doing them, you come across what some people would not like. For example, they will say, don't do this because I know this person personally. Don't do that. I mean, I take you back to our parliamentary primaries. I was told, oh, let's protect this person. Let's do that. And I just said, no. It's not going to happen. Let the people decide. Let the people at the constituency decide that the messenger they send to Parliament is good. And they want to retain the person. Don't let us sit in a room here and say A, B, C. Don't let us do that. It didn't go down well, but that's history now. That's history. Because as I said earlier, we then saw the results. When the following general elections, we tried to do that, and we just dropped from 169 to 137. That's not to say that the parliamentarians we have today are as a result of that. No. They won their seats fairly, squarely, genuinely. And we will have to work with them because they now form the bedrock of our party. It's a parliamentary party. They form the bedrock of our parliamentary party. But the bedrock is still in the constituencies. and the polling stations.
Well, you've spoken about what happened to you, but in terms of you having what it takes to unify the party,
yes,
what will you use to show that I am the man to unify this party?
There you are calling on me to brag about myself, but I will start off by saying that I don't have a magic wand.
Okay.
So I'm not a magician who will come in and wave the magic wand and say, unite, and everybody unites. No, but I will say to people, see me as the example. Put your hurts aside, because it's emotion that creates this. On Kayaho, it's emotion. It's not this. If you put your head and your mind to it, you realize that the minute you bring this into it, you are distorting it. And power doesn't like that. So for me, I will put myself forward as somebody who has experience. I've experienced this party at close hand. Before I even became chairman, I was serving the party at a high level, at the national level. I was a member of the National Finance Committee. My dad was an elected member of the Council of State, and even before then, my uncle, my dad's direct brother, was a member of the Legislative Assembly, which today we call Parliament, on behalf of the NPP, Northern People's Party, before we came together to form the tradition that we have today. So I have experience, I have it in my DNA, and I have seen the party at close quarters. I have managed the party. I have delivered a resounding victory. When I say I, under my leadership, because I've done everything for the 2016 elections, bar the shouting. Everything was done. The only thing that was then left was posters, T-shirts, and yay on microphones and megaphones. Those were the only things left.
So you're saying you won the election for them
under my leadership
before you left in 2015?
Under my leadership, yes. Okay. Everything was done except the shouting and the T-shirts.
Okay. Now, from where you sit today, would you say the NPP is genuinely capable of winning power in 2028? Or it has to keep rebuilding?
Absolutely. The NPP can win power, recapture. That is why I come up with that my 3R agenda. You know, first we have to reunite. Second, we have to rebuild and strengthen the structures of the party. And then third, we recapture power. If I didn't believe that, I won't put myself forward. Yeah, I'm a results-oriented person. I sit down and I work things out. And I know that logically, I move from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, 5, 6, and so on. I don't sit down and daydream and think, oh, let me start from 1, go to 2, and just jump to 10. It doesn't work like that. And so for me, initially, when I started in 2014, I came up with a program called the NPP, New Plan for Power. And it delivered, because I said we will win power if we implemented this. And the party believed that and gave me the mandate to manage the party to support our presidential candidate to the general elections. And I did it. I did it no matter who was hurt, but because the dictates of power required that I did that. I did it.
Were some people hurt?
Of course. Some of my close friends even lost their primaries. They were MPs. They lost their primaries. I won't name them now, but people who are political watchers, and I know you are one, you will know them. For almost every region, friends of mine lost their seats. And they're still my friends today. I call them, we talk. Last week I was with one of them. We had a drink, chatted. He even talked about taking me to some place, a certain club. But you know, these days, I've gone past that. And so I have the experience. I have held the party, managed it at close hand, in opposition.
Okay.
In opposition, where at some point I was even having to finance the party.
Okay.
Fundraise to finance the party. I did it, and I believe I can do it again. That's why I'm doing this.
Okay. Your 3R.
Yes.
Which one is first?
It's a reunite the party.
Okay. But if that has not been achieved, you think you can win power today? Is the party capable of winning?
No. The party cannot win without unity.
No, I'm asking based on the first question, that is the party capable of winning, genuinely winning power today, or it has to...
As it stands today, no.
Yes. Okay.
As it stands today, let's face it, the party, if they called a general election today, the party can't win power. Today, let's face it, today as we speak, they call a general election, and sometimes I believe that we should be straight with each other, say the truth to each other, because on the basis of a truth, you can build. But on the basis of a lie, you will build up to a point, and then because it's a lie, it will collapse. So, talking to members of the party, unity is the first thing. Without it, we won't win. I'll give you an example. And this example happened on the day of the elections. People that I knew to be MPP. I go to the polling station and they are standing under trees. So I approached them. I said, hey, have you already finished voting? Because normally when I go, it's a queue. And then they say, you are a senior man. Both NDC, MPP, CPP in my hometown. Because I don't think it's because I'm a lawyer, but it's because I'm senior. I'm my age and all that. So they'll say, go, don't join the queue, go. But there was no queue. There was no queue. And when I got there and I was talking to the officers, they said, it looks like your people are not voting, no. I said, my people. They said, as for the NDC people, they come in batches, they vote and go, but your people are standing under trees. So I finished voting and I approached some of them and said, what's going on here? Have you guys finished voting? Oh no, we're not voting. Those who were chopping without us, they should come and vote. So I'm telling you that this is a sign that today, if they called a snap general election today, we can't win. We are not united. And that's the healing that I'm bringing. The healing, going around and telling them, you feel pain? Look at me. I've gone through that, and I have realized that we cannot go anywhere if we remain stuck in the past, in our pain. We need to begin to build those bridges into the future, especially for the youth of our party. When that journalist told me a question, he asked me a question about truck pushers wearing our t-shirts and no meaningful young people going around proudly. It said a lot to me. And so in answer to your question, yes, no, we cannot win if an election was called today without first uniting our party.
But you haven't seen that building up, especially from when you met in Legon to the polling stations and then the constituency elections you did, the eagerness of the people, you still don't see that.
Well, as I said earlier, when I went around to introduce myself, I saw hope.
Okay.
I heard the pain. I heard all those things that go along with creating friction and disunity. But I heard and saw hope.
Okay.
That is what motivates me.
Okay. All right. Now, in rebuilding, it means that you are looking at bringing back all those who have left.
Yes.
Will you pursue the Alan?
I will pursue everybody. Everybody matters. Everybody matters.
And you can bring back Alan into the MPP?
I hope I can. There was a time in the tradition of our party And for the young ones who are not aware, when we split, we had the PFP with Victor Owusu, and we had the UNC with Pawili. In the end, after sitting in the wilderness for 30 years, of course, military regimes came in between. We realized that we couldn't win power, divided. So those two political parties came together. And now we have NPP. So I believe we can do it. Okay. I believe we can build unity, because that is what we need. We need it. Okay. I haven't spoken to Alan, no. But I've spoken to all those who contested Vice President, Excellency Mahamudu Bawumia. I've spoken to all of them. And that was with a view to making sure that they are aware that, look, I want to come to contest, to become chairman, and once I become chairman, I would want us to get back. And the Vice President has done something. Our flag bearer, he did something positive. He set up all those committees and put all those who contested him to chair and lead those committees. That's a start. That's a start. It's only a start. I will build on that. I will build on it.
People will be interested in the response Kennedy Japan gave you. What did he say?
Oh, Ken. When I went and told Ken, he just said, hey, senior, so what are you saying? I said, I'm saying that I want to alert you that once I become chairman of the party, I have noticed that you are no longer that active. Time was when I wasn't that active either. 2015, 2016, I wasn't that active. I've noticed you are not that active. But once I become chairman, I would want you to become active and to help me to bring this party together. And he said, hey, senior, okay, you go and win and let's see. So for me, he had not shut the door. He was saying that go and win.
But I said go and win and let's see.
Let's see. Let's see what happens then. Because that was the question I was putting to him about becoming active in the party. And he wasn't committing himself to say, oh, when you win, I will be active. He said, go and win and come back and let's see. So I'll win, hopefully with the support of the party and the understanding of the party members out there that we need to unite and set aside our emotions to win power, to recapture power. Then I will go back to, they'll vote for me, and then I will go back to people like Ken and say, Ken, I've won. Now come, we have an election to fight and win. Bring your energy back. That's how I see it.
Okay.
As for the others, they were okay. In fact, Brian Champo was even more encouraging. More encouraging.
Okay. If you look back on your political journey, is there anything you think I could have done differently from the way I did it?
You are talking about regret. Regret is a waste of energy.
No, but
it's past.
But is there anything you feel you could have done differently?
You see, as I said earlier, I will not build bridges to the past. I will build bridges to the future.
Yeah.
I will learn lessons from what has happened.
Yes.
If I don't learn, then I'm bound to repeat those mistakes.
The lesson I'm asking about.
The lessons are too many. There are too many.
Something you did.
In terms of, there's no one thing that I can point to and say this. Obviously, looking back seriously, I know, unfortunately, I cannot point to any one thing and say, this is the one major thing that I think I regret or I've learned lessons from. The lessons I have learned is the lesson of getting everybody together, setting aside your emotions, the pain, that I felt when I was thrown out. That's a lesson I've learned, that power doesn't know emotions at all. Power doesn't know emotions. Once you bring emotions into power, you've lost power.
Okay.
Power is gone. You must not bring emotions into power.
Okay.
You must be strategic thinking. You must think strategically. And then, from a strategy you formulate with a team, with a group, with the leadership of the party, you then pull out the various tactics to suit every region, every constituency. And the history of our party itself talks of unity. Because even we had a Muslim Action Party. They took part in forming our tradition.
The Muslim?
Yes, Muslim Action Party. Yes. Volta region came with 2 parties. From the Hohoi area under Reverend Ayeke.
Okay.
We had the Transvolta Togoland Party. And then from the Qatar area, down Allo area, we had the Allo Youth Movement. They actually gave our party our UP tradition. They gave us our first General Secretary from Keta, Modesto Apalu.
Okay.
And then we had the Muslim Action Party in Kumasi. You see the Amadou Babas and all those big names. So we are just an amalgam. We came together, we united for the sake of power. Ganshi Fomokpe. I don't speak Gan well, but I think I'll pronounce it well. The NLM, the Northern People's Party, MPP, we all came together, united. And that way we were marching towards power. So why can't we do it again?
Okay.
Why not?
What do you say to people who say that, well, the party moved on without you, they've moved past your time, and it needs a fresher person with a fresher idea to lead a party?
I think it needs experience, because where we are at is not a happy state. I tell you what, parties move on all the time. We are all transient. I am expendable. So I take you back again to the formation of the UP, when all those parties from all those regions came together to form our current tradition. Where are the leaders today? They're gone, dead. Buzia is gone. Reverend Ayeke, who was from Hawaii and later became ambassador, he's gone. Modesto Apalu is gone. Look at them, all of them are gone. But the party kept moving on. And then the military came and truncated it. And still, the party kept moving on. Come today, to this modern day today, Akufo is gone. President Akufo-Addo is gone. But they are very much around to help the party, to advise the party, to help it, nurture it, to move on into greater heights. I would have been very happy to sit back at home and just watch my party blossom. But unfortunately, you and I, the party members out there, know that we are not in a happy state. We cannot move from 169 seats to 87. If you truly love NPP, you can't say, oh, the party has moved on, my time is past, when you know you can contribute to bring this party back up. It's the experience. It is the understanding of the party and the inner workings of the party. That is what I bring to bear. I am not coming in, as I said, one person cannot do it alone. So I'm not coming in to say I'm the magician who has come to save MPP, that MPP has moved on and MPP is in a happy state. I bet you, if MPP was in a state that I would sit back and say, this is a happy state, I would be very happy not to have to get up at dawn and be traveling around constituencies and regions not to wake up in the morning and now at my age, why am I doing this? No. And once I lie there and I say, why am I doing this? Today, should I cancel my appointments? And then I say to myself, hey, you cancel your appointments? Are you seriously saying that your party is in a good state? That immediately wakes me up. It wakes me up. It scares me. The very thought. Because one of our leaders also once made a statement, and I think he's a household name in Ghana. Honorable Kwame Pienim, the economist. He once made a statement that he was worried that this party could end up like the CPP. You are a media watcher, you know. And when I heard that, it also shocked me. And CPP was the most dominant party in this country under Kwame Nkrumah. Today, do they even have one seat? Do they? They don't. And so for things like that, when I remember things like that, it pushes me that I should move, I should do something. Get the party to a very good state. And if I succeed, we will see power in 2028. And my time is up. I would have served. And let the young ones continue. That's how I see it.
If you don't win?
If I don't win, then it means the party wants to continue the way it is. And that my ideas are not necessary. My experience is to be discarded, but I will still ask for unity. But I believe I'll win. I believe it. In my bones, I believe it.
Okay. Now, what will a complete restoration of the MPP look like for you?
A complete restoration will look like the way I am today, which is that I meet people who wanted me out of the party, and I am comfortable with them. I don't feel anything, animosity, resentment, nothing. I just feel that this is a comrade in arms. We have work to do as a party. We don't necessarily have to, at the end of the day, go and sit somewhere and eat together, drink together, and laugh and do all those things. But once we can put our heads together to say this is for the sake of our party, without any animosity, without any resentment, without somebody thinking, what is the ostensible reason for this person working with me? But to be open that the reason, and the one and only reason, is power. Power. And we are not seeking power just for the sake of power. We are seeking power for the potential of power to do good for our people. And when I say our people, not MPP, for Ghanaians. That's what we seek power for. The potential of that power to transform the lives of our people positively. Once we are aligned, there's nothing to hold us back. We can win it.
Have you ever considered walking away from the party, especially in your quiet moment post-2015?
No, it never crossed my mind. Because all along I just kept saying that the things I was being accused of, my party is surely going to win power, because I believe I'd led the charge to do the things that will bring power to the party. For example, in the second R, which is the re-strengthening of the party structures, I was the person that introduced bank accounts to every constituency in Ghana, in the party. And I was the person that made sure, against all odds and all opposition, put 10,000 cedis into every constituency bank account, telling the constituencies that take this money and work along with your programs to bring the party up. So I was sure we were going to win. And so I said, why should I leave the party because of what has happened? Let the party come to power. And then all the books will be opened, whether it's national security, whether it's BNI, well, the whole security apparatus. The president and the party will have everything at their disposal. And then they will see that all those things they accused Afoko of were not true.
Okay.
And so why would I walk away? I was waiting to be vindicated. And I think I have been. I think I have been. I never once thought of leaving the party. Never. Not once.
Okay.
Because if I had thought it, I would go. That's how I am. If I think something deeply and I'm convinced about it, I'll go. But I never did. I just think deeply and said, I'll be vindicated. Let's wait for the vindication.
Let's talk about Dr. Bawumia.
Yes.
You know him very well.
I do.
What do you make of his leadership qualities?
What I have learned about His Excellency, our flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, first and foremost, is his humility. I haven't seen a shred of arrogance, of violence, intolerance in him. That is one thing that I can say today without any equivocation that I see in him. I also see an economist who has a clear understanding, and don't forget his background from Bank of Ghana. So he also has insights into what is going on in our economy. He even went on to go and do the same for Zimbabwe when we lost the elections, and that was then, not now. So I see Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to be a competent person who, based on all the lessons learned from being vice president for 8 years and coming in with a fresh look and a fresh mandate and exuding humility, which is what I think Ghanaians need to see our party do, that we are presenting a kind of spiritual change, not the attitude of we know it all, but the attitude of we are humble, we understand. You've told us what your feelings are with the results that we got. We have heard you. Now, please, in all humility, also listen to us. I think that it encapsulates Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It encapsulates the man. I'm sure there are people who know him even better than me. And if they disagree with this, I'm sure they will feel free after this interview to come out and say, no, Afoko got the man wrong.
Okay. All right. Let's leave that on Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I'm sure you're wishing him all the best to win in 2020.
Absolutely. Why do I want to be chairman? if I told you I'm a results-oriented person.
Yes.
If I don't see the result being a victory in 2028 and putting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in that Jubilee House, I won't do what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'll walk away. I'm results-oriented. I don't like failure. I remember I once said this to Jake, the late Jake, and I said it with one witness there. And unfortunately, he was at Kotoka Airport at that time, Kotoka Airport, Accra Airport. He was just about to board the plane. So he was going to go upstairs to the departure. And he was talking to me about what was going on in the party. I was chairman then. And I told him, I said, I don't like failure. So all those things that you have just asked me, if I acquiesce to any of them, then the likelihood of our seeing power recedes. So I'm going to stand my ground. and make sure that I deliver. And then the party wins power. People will be hurt. People will dislike me for the positions I am taking. And he just stood there and looked at me and he said, so you say you will do it? I said, I will do it.
Okay.
And then he said to me, make the constitution, the party constitution, your bedside reading, and I wish you all the best. Hope to see you later. Unfortunately, he came back in the coffin. That was his last trip out. I don't know whether it was divine providence that I met him there, because I went to see somebody off. So, because I used to go visiting him at home. People didn't know this. I used to go to him at night around Dankwa Circle, where his house was. I would go sit with him, we chat, and Jake, this is the problem I'm facing. What do you suggest? What do I do? And things like that. And so that night, I didn't know he was traveling. And this is what he said to me.
Okay.
And then he never came back alive. So for me, I think that our party, we are not in a good shape. We have to come together.
Okay.
We have to unite. Strengthen our structures, especially the constituencies. Give them that power again. And then recapture power. And when I say recapture, it has elements. Recapture the youth who have drifted away from us. Recapture the business community. We made mistakes when we were in government. Recapture, do the media, because there was a time when the media, we even had friction. So recapturing involves recapturing various elements of our society. Okay. And then finally, Ghanaians will listen to us again.
Okay. All right. I'm giving you your final words, but I have to let you touch on Wuntumi's detention as well. Then you can give me your final words and we leave it here.
Wuntumi's detention. You know, I've had cause to say on another occasion that the day I heard the verdict, I was actually on my way from Kumasi to Accra. I'd gone there to do some party work. And immediately I felt sad for him. Sad. Because I know what happens in our prisons. I've been in prison before, so I know. Not that I was convicted. I was just picked up at home at night, and before I realized I was in prison. And I never went through any trial until there was a jailbreak, and then I escaped. So I know what happens in our prisons. It's not a cushy place. It's not a wonderful place. And so I felt sad for Wuntumi. My party has taken a position that he's a political prisoner. And as I've said, I'm still to be enlightened. I will need to be enlightened to understand the basis on which he qualifies as a political prisoner. And once I'm enlightened and I'm convinced, then we will have to fight for him on that basis. Okay. But I know that he's been through a trial. And I would also want to suggest and advise. And I think it has happened. The legal team has actually gone on appeal. We have to exhaust all those structures. The legal ladder, we must do it on his behalf.
Okay.
That is where I think I would leave it.
Okay. Any final words?
My final words to the party.
Yes.
And to Ghanaians generally. I know that our party has been severely punished in the last general elections by the electorate. I know that we as a party, we also need very much to begin to reconnect with Ghanaians. But we have to reunite our party. We have to forget all the pains, the hurts, on Kayahu and all that. This is the time for us to put all those things aside. Support me to come back as your national chairman to deepen this unity, to strengthen the party structures, and then to recapture power. That is what we need to do now. We have nothing else. Nothing else is more important to us as a party if we genuinely believe that we want to come back to power and to implement our ideas and to use power to improve the lives of our people. We need to do this. We need to reach out to everybody, to the youth, but first to ourselves, and then to the youth, to the business community, women. We need to do this. MPP, please, I'm appealing to you now. Let's unite. Look at me. Look at what I've gone through. And use me as your example. That if I have seen that we need to overcome all those emotions, leave them behind us, and build the new bridges into the future which lies in the hands of our youth, then please, come September 19th in Kumasi, make me the chairman and the rebuilding of our party into power 2 years afterwards begins. Even though I must say to you now that the rebuilding has started. I've started reaching out to everybody. Whether you've lost or not, whether you're in an orphan constituency or not, I'm reaching out. And I'm using this medium, thanks to our friends in Joy, to plead with you to take this thing seriously. I'm not coming into this because there's something for me to gain. I'm not coming into this because I have an ego or I have pride. I am coming into this genuinely feeling for my party. Anybody who loves this party will not sit back. Okay. I thank you all. And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much too, Chairman. So that's Awentame Paul Afoko. Thanks for watching.